to Sunset Speedway for the APC Series on G-Force TV. I'm Greg Kellman. With me, Adam Ross, Clinton Jeffrey down in the pit area as we get ready for group qualifying. Just a moment's time here from Sunset. Adam, exciting night ahead for us.
Absolutely exciting. The APC late models just about to do their group qualifying, but the Quick Superstocks just finished their qualifying. Clinton Jeffrey is with the fast timer.
Lane Zardo gets it done here today. Lane, you know your fast car. That's a great.
Yeah, we started out in practice really good. Had a little bit of a slide with the car, and I was kind of talking with Brad Widow, our crew chief. Told him about a little bit of a slide. Even though we were the fastest, we could still pick it up a little bit, and the boys went to work. Brad, Kenny, Dylan, Randy, and Chuck, they do an extremely good job on this car. They've had this car for about 5-6 years, and they just know it inside and out, so they went right to work on it. We went out there, and I believe we just set a new track record, so cheers to those boys. They've been doing a phenomenal job behind the scenes.
Do you let it ride, Lane, or do you give it all night?
You know what? 50 laps is kind of a sprint race for a lot of people, but these cars are a little bit heavier. These tires might not take the wear and tear, so I'll probably be starting around 7th or 8th, I'm guessing. We're just going to kind of ride around, pick off what spots we could, and then when it's go time, it's go time.
Good luck tonight, Lane.
Thank you very much, Clinton.
There's Lane Zardo, your Quick Superstock pole sitter, guys. We'll send it back to you. Get ready for an awesome night here at Sunset Speedway.
Cars are about to roll on track for qualifying. We'll take a quick break and be right back for the APC Series on G-Force TV.
This, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him if he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Foam keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at WeatherTech.ca.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Welcome back to Sunset Speedway for the APC Series on G-Force TV as we get ready for qualifying. But before we do, Adam, tonight I think we can expect the unexpected. The last time we were here, a first-time winner. Our last race at Flamborough, first-time winner. I don't know what to expect here at Sunset.
That's the beautiful thing about the APC Series. We know we can expect the unexpected, and that's when racing is its most exciting. Not that finishes are ever predetermined, but this season, you can never tell what's going to happen. You can hear behind us, the cars are on the track. It is time to go qualifying for tonight's APC 100-lapper.
To the field as they get underway for qualifying. Group time trials here for this evening. Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 from Sunset Speedway. Jake Sheridan out there.
I'm a little shocked at some of the drivers in this first group. Josh Stoddy, Pete Shepard, Jordan House, who won the last time out here. There's no telling who's going to be quickest on a given night.
And I said Jake Sheridan's out there. He is not. He's on the transponder list here, but he's coming out in a later group. Josh Stoddy, fastest, 14.329 over Pete Shepard the third. Tyler DiVincenzo gets pushed out of the way by Pete Shepard and Jordan House. Now Shepard up to second quick as times continue to bounce all over the charts. Travis Halliburton was up in the top 4. Now he gets moved by Tyler DiVincenzo.
If you're watching along on the stream, you might have heard there is quite a wind blowing. It is not hot and steamy like it's been all summer long. There is cool out here. The horsepower in these engines just loves the cool temps.
So Josh Stoddy, quickest lap, 14.323. So far, last couple of cars to go across the line. So Josh Stoddy, quickest, 14.323, the driver out of Chesley, Ontario. Pete Shepard the third, second quick. Jordan House, the winner here back in the month of August. He is third quick. Tyler DiVincenzo, fourth fast. Travis Halliburton there in the fifth spot. And Dustin Jackson, sixth quick in that first group of cars.
We know to expect what we do not expect to happen. Speaking of which, let's give him a shout out ahead of time. How about the 79 of James Horner? He was quick in practice. We're not going to see him until I believe the final group, but hats off to them. It's not been a banner season for that car.
He'll be in that second to last group. He was in the top 10 in practice this afternoon. Gord Shepard out there in the 10G here tonight. His first APC race of the season. He's out of Ottawa, Ontario, on the Paragon Office Installations, InQRides.com, number 10G. Also out there, Danny Benedict in the 54. He's from Orono. In the Mobile 1, B&W Enterprises, number 54. The SSG Gloves, number 4. Out of Hamilton, that's Connor James. In the Holdaway Motorsports Toyota. Jordan Sims back with us again from Sault Ste. Marie in the Sims Countertops 47. And Matt Box is out there as well. He's from Carlisle in the Maple City Tire Transport Trailer Sales, number 27.
Gordon Shepard registers the first lap at a 15 flat. Danny Benedict goes quicker, a 14.7. Nobody into the top 5 just yet out of this group. Not a big surprise. We expect that on laps 2 and 3.
Connor James so far the fastest in this group. Slots into the 6th spot.
Danny Benedict moves himself up to that 5th position. Connor James up to P3 in the number 4. Remember, the top 10 is the magic position. You get into the top 10 and you make it to the invert. So you want to be sure you're in that top 10. And then let the magic of the APC rulebook dictate where you're going to start. High points to the back, but they do penalize drivers who have not supported the series all year. Which a perfect example of that, if Gord Shepard could maintain in the top 10, he would start 10th.
So Danny Benedict, second fast behind Josh Stoddy from the first group, 14.420 for Danny Benedict. Connor James right behind him with a 14.435. Gord Shepard from that group slots in 6th quick, 14.496, with Matt Box right behind him. A couple of other news and notes tonight. Jordan House will be collecting points for Andrew Gressel, as they're expecting today or in the vicinity. So all the best to the Gressel family. So car number 8 will get points tonight for the 81. Also J.R. Fitzpatrick switching over to the Holdaway Motorsports team, driving one of their cars. Practice, blew the motor on the way.
So did he switch cars?
He was driving under the
this weekend.
Holdaway this weekend.
Yes. And that was a brand new engine. It had been on the dyno. They had practiced it, and that's all the laps they had got. So another engine is on the way. They'll be able to make that change. We're about to go green with this qualifying session. Shay Gamel out of Dorchester in the number 3 North Country Property Maintenance APC Auto Parts Center. Ford going to lead the way.
Sean Gibbs throws the green out on this next group of cars. 6th through 10th quickest in practice this afternoon. And like you said, Adam, seen that, pardon me, that'll be that is this group with the Horner machine out there. Good to see him in this group. Along with Tom Gibbons, who's had some struggles here in 2021. So good to see he's got some speed here this afternoon as well.
Yeah, I noticed that earlier. He was towards the top of the scoring pylon. Ryan Kimball slots himself into that third spot. Jake Sheridan to P2.
Ryan Kimball, third fastest right now. Tom Gibbons, 10th quick. Jake Sheridan to the top of the board, 14.310.
These cars are so close in time. It is unbelievable as Ryan Kimball goes by, loses a bit of time. Tom Gibbons jumps up to that 7th spot. Anybody in the top 5 at the end of this session is locked into that top 10 invert. Ryan Kimball is there by virtue of a 2nd place. Jake Sheridan, of course, with the fastest lap so far. Josh Stoddy in the 17. Danny Benedict in the 54. And Connor James in the 5. Pete Shepard in the 22 has to hope that one of these top 5 drivers cannot go faster than 14.435 seconds. And once again, we have a tie down to the 1,000th of a second between Connor James and Pete Shepard. And then you've got Tom Gibbons just 2 1,000ths of a second off. So that could be the difference between starting first and starting 12th in tonight's race.
Matt Pritico heads out onto the racetrack. He's from London in the Global Warranty, ToyotaTown.com. Number 21 Toyota. Point leader Brandon Watson, Sheer Metal Products. Great Lakes Concrete car number 9. He's out of Stainer. Trayton Lapsevich gets to qualify this time at Sunset Speedway. Last time he was running with the NASCAR Pinty Series down in Quebec, and Lane Zardo qualified the car for him. But Trayton won't have to start dead last, we don't think. He'll probably lay down a pretty good group in lap here in this group of qualifiers. He's in the Rena Mato group. Car number 32. Also out there, Dale Shaw in the number 83 machine. He is from Guelph in the Wellington Systems car. And Joe Lawrence, the 2020 champion, in the 78 out of London, Pennzoil APC Auto Parts Center Chevrolet.
Joe Lawrence has had some good runs this year, but he's still looking for that magic he had in 2020. So Matt Pritico just turned his 2nd lap, not yet into the top 10. Brandon Watson jumps into that 5th spot in the number 9.
And he's a driver that's looking to rebound well off of Sunset, a race where he did not excel. It was probably the most ordinary race he's had of the year.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Dale Shaw up to the 3rd spot. Matt Pritico in 5th. Joe Lawrence is 6th. Now he jumps up to that 5th spot. Brandon Watson in 8th. New fast time, a 14.261 for Dale Shaw. Joe Lawrence in 2nd, the 14.308. Jake Sheridan still in 3rd, and I don't see Trayton Lapsevich up into the top 10 just yet. Checkered flag flies, so it looks like Pete Shepard the 3rd will make it into the invert. Trayton Lapsevich's best time, 14.466. Good enough for 12th. And now Tom Gibbons really wishes he had those 2 1,000ths of a second.
Yeah, it would have made all the difference to get by Pete Shepard into the top 10, but he will not do so. So Dale Shaw, fastest in qualifying over Joe Lawrence. Jake Sheridan, 3rd quick. Ryan Kimball, 4th. Josh Stoddy, 5th. Matt Pritico, 6th. Danny Benedict, 7th. 8th, Brandon Watson. 9th, Connor James. And 10th, Pete Shepard. Tom Gibbons, 11th. 12th, Trayton Lapsevich. 13th was Jordan House. 14th, Gord Shepard. 15th, Matt Bach. 16th, Tyler DiVincenzo. 17th, Travis Halliburton. 18th is Shea Gemmel. 19th, Jordan Sims. 20th, Dustin Jackson. And James Horner, 21st. And, of course, the one other car that did not take time. We have 22 cars entered for this afternoon. J.R. Fitzpatrick, again, they're working to get that car, the motor replaced in that, so he can start tonight's Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 here at Sunset Speedway.
There's a lot of excitement around J.R. Fitzpatrick switching teams, and he's never been afraid to do something different. He's run a lot of different chassis over the last number of years, but I think this could be a healthy move for him.
Yeah, Holdaway Motorsports always strong here, especially at Sunset Speedway. Taylor Holdaway, a former champion here, multi-time winner at Sunset Speedway, knows how to get around this place, and that can only help J.R. Fitzpatrick, who already is a star in his own. So you add those two together, and you expect exciting things to happen.
I tend to agree. I'm doing something that in my career, Greg, I don't know that I've ever done, and that's open a schedule to actually read what's coming up. I take it as it comes. Scheduled to be on the track next is round number 2 for the mini stock qualifying heat, so we will be ready to welcome Brendan Doherty. Fantastic voice here at Sunset Speedway. I really enjoy it, Greg, when we're able to be around to call races, but also spend a good part of the night as a race fan and sort of let someone pick up the ball and run with it. And Brendan, always fun to listen to you call a race.
I appreciate it. It's nice to be back with you again and back here on the APC series. And now I'm excited for the Quick Super Stock series, the Saugeen Shores 50. I don't know, I'm an old school guy. I love those what were Thunder cars are now Super Stocks. They'll put on a show here tonight at Sunset.
While we've got a little bit of downtime, let's talk about Saugeen Shores. Marvin Ella, he has put up 4 transmissions. You know, these racing transmissions are not inexpensive. Each person in the top 3, each of the top 3 finishers are getting a transmission. There will be one random draw through the field from 6th all the way through the back of the field for a transmission. And then 4th and 5th have these amazing prize packs that he has put together. But how generous of Marvin and Saugeen Shores.
Marvin's been great, and over the years he stepped up for a lot of big events, especially for the Super Stock division over the years. And great sponsor up at Sabel, and he's been sponsor here at Sunset, and now with the Quick Super Stock series. That's where his heart's with those Super Stocks, and great to see Marvin step up once again, and always great to have him be part of anything racing here in Ontario.
And I don't blame him, like you say. I love the Super Stock class. Greg and I, we cover a lot of dirt races. I love the Thunder Stock class on dirt. It's just raw racing the way I remember it. The cars become a real handful as the race goes on, and it's elbows up.
Yeah, I mean, narrow tires is where it's at. You only got 8 inches to work with, and you got to be gentle with them, especially over the long run, and that's what we'll see tonight. 50 laps is a long way to go for those Super Stocks.
Another bit of news that I don't know how much of these drivers even know about this, so folks, listen up because this is worth it. Brian Todish and Sandra Todish here at Sunset Speedway have richened the pot for tonight's races. They're throwing an extra $1,000 for the winner of the APC late model race, an extra $500 for the winner of the Super Stock race, and an extra $500 for the top visiting Super Stock. So for the top non-Sunset Speedway regular in that Super Stock race. And I love this even more. Delaware Speedway is going to match it at their event. So when promoters start, it's not competing, but when they all dig into their pockets because things are going well, that's pretty cool, Brendan.
You got to up the ante, you know. Brian Todish not one to, to just kind of let things go as normal. You know, he wants to spice things up, and he put the pressure on Delaware with the Quick Super Stocks going next in the APC series, and now they got to step up to the plate, and they've done the same. So it's great for the drivers. You know, that's the big thing. That's the big win for the drivers. They got a chance at some extra money that they didn't have coming in today, and when you're paying for a racing program, all the money coming in is all the better for them.
Absolutely. You know, you love it when it's the racers and the race teams that reap the benefits of these things. Let's give a welcome to Greg McPherson from Inside Track Motorsport News, waving off the acknowledgement. Don't acknowledge me. Melody thinks I'm mowing the grass. Let's take a quick break on G-Force TV, and we will be back with mini stock racing action.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
This GeForce TV broadcast is brought to you by Epic Racewear. Race apparel for racers by racers. OSR, Canada's source for race car parts and consumables. Welcome back live to Sunset Speedway on GeForce TV for the APC series on GeForce TV. But before we get to the super stocks and the late models, the mini stocks are lining up over on the back stretch and getting ready for their... Now, will they be running second round heats, or are they going right into the feature, Brendan?
This is their second round of heats.
Okay.
So this is heats 3 and 4, 10 laps of the distance for each one of those to set the field for their feature event later on tonight. See if those drivers that are in the points can qualify for their proper starting position for the feature event. If not, they're going to have to go deeper in the field. We got heat number 3 on track now, starting on pole, the 45 machine out of Bradford, Ontario. It's Kyle Dantine with the Origin 1668 Coffee ARM Technology ride. To his outside will be the 1 machine, the Mikey Network Tarpon Lumber and Truss machine. Normally piloted by Daytona Bob Finnemore. Tonight it's the hooligan Rob Harrison behind the wheel, on-time Sunset Speedway Thunder Car and Super Stock regular. 5 machine, that's Peter Wakeling. They've had a long week of work. They've been up to the frame shop in Huntsville getting that car pulled after an incident on Sunday afternoon. Here at Sunset, the McKelly Motors, Carmichael Bin Rental, Auto Trim Design, the Barry CW Coops of Innisfil, Ford Mustang. Next in line will be the 24 machine, the Georgia Bay Woodworking, Ideal Supply Napa Auto Parts, Jomo Media, Redline Signs Apparel, Honda Civic of Jeff LaFlamme. LaFlamme, a regular here at Sunset Speedway, has spent some time in the Bone Stock division before jumping to the mini stocks this year. 83 is former Sunset Speedway mini stock track champion, cast iron Cameron McGlash, and the ORV Auto. Daryl Eacock Custom Diecast, Kawartha Metal Fabrication, Really Metal Fabrication, 83 Ford Mustang. 9 machine is Madison 10 Camp, the Lily Allen Brokers Barry Frame and Alignment, Midhurst Roofing Ford Mustang. 15 is Charlie Smith, feature winner this year at Sunset Speedway. The Kraft Automotive Repair Services, Amp Pro Electric, Ideal Supply Napa Auto Horse, Pro Floor Standing Runner finishing the bike shop of Aurelia Dodge Neon. The next in line will be the 15P, I believe. That's Brian Penny. Sorry, 45 now. Of Brian Penny, the Unite Loyal to the Oil, Dave Doucette Contracting, North Canada Hydroponics, Stonehaven Interlocking, Ford Mustang. Another team had a lot of work to do. They went that car out last Sunday afternoon, and unfortunately got it back in worse condition than they went it out as. 49 machine is Kyle Federley, the Saturn, a regular with the Oscar Hot Rod Series this year, the Will Speed Shop, Next Gen Automotive Saturn. And rounding out the field, the North Fast Loop, Speedy Auto Machine, Honda CRX is Will Gibbons. Gibbons a feature winner here at Sunset this year, as well as multi-time winner out at Flamborough, driving that CRX. White flag is out from Jeff Slaughter. Field doubled up. Lights are extinguished on the NTN Bearings Pace Truck. We'll go green flag this time by heat number 3 for the GD Coke to Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division as they wind down their season. Just this week and next week, Velocity 250 here at Sunset will close out the points for the Mini Stock Division. Josh Bullen, who will be in the next heat race, your points leader coming into tonight with a healthy lead. Looking to get out of here unscathed and into Velocity Weekend to close out and try to clinch the championship. Green flag in the air on heat number 3. Dantima with the jump down the bottom side of the racetrack. The ARM Technology Dodge Neon jumps the early lead. Here comes Rob Harrison now up on the high side of the racetrack. And that number 1 machine filling in for Daytona Bob tonight is the hooligan up on the high side of the racetrack. The Speedy Auto Machine. Signs of Aviation, Burger Station, number 1 machine, looking to go to the point and leading with the line. Jeff LaFlamme looking for room to work. The Georgia Bay Woodworking Honda Civic up on the high side of the racetrack, looking to follow Harrison through. Harrison now able to clear Dantimo down the back straightaway. And here comes LaFlamme up on the high side of the racetrack. The Ideal Supply Napa Auto Parts Honda Civic. Going to lead him back to the stripe, that time by Charlie Smith working the high side as well. Now up to the 3rd spot. McGlash looking for room to work as he's cracked the top 5, but he's got Will Gibbons now to his inside. Gibbons going to take the 5th spot away down the back straightaway and look to the inside of Dantimo for the 4th spot. Out front low, LaFlamme starting to pull away from the 1 of Harrison. Harrison's got a mirror full of the 15 of Charlie Smith. The bike shop Aurelia. Amp Pro Electric, number 15 Neon. Trying to close the gap on Josh Bullen on the points. Comes in tonight second in points in that Dodge Neon. The Walter Abrasives 15 machine looking high and low. Harrison doing a good job holding off the 15 so far, but here comes the 10 of Will Gibbons, the Norm Fast Loop, Honda CRX, up to the high side of the racetrack. Going to go right to the outside of Smith, looking to take third spot away, and now set his sights on Harrison down the front straightaway. Harrison comes up the racetrack to take the lane away. Gibbons with the run down into turn number 1. He's there off a 2 down the back straightaway. Just past the halfway point in this one. Madison Tenkamp going to see the move over flag in the Midhurst Roofing number 9 machine. The Slam closing in on her. And the red line signs and apparel, Honda Civic. Gibbons now clear of the battle for second. He's now going to try to reel in LaFlemme, but he's got to have almost a straightaway advantage to try to reel back in LaFlemme, who is out in front. Side-by-side battle for the third spot. Charlie Smith up on the high side. Brian Penny looking to join the battle in 5th. Rob Harrison in the 4th spot. Here comes Penny now with a run to the bottom of the inside of Harrison down the back straightaway. The 45P, the Dave Doucette Contracting Ford Mustang, doing a great job down the bottom side of the racetrack. Everyone trying to navigate lap traffic. Tenkamp gets to the bottom, gets out of the way. A little bit of contact from Harrison to the rear bumper. Penny that time down the front straightaway. Penny's going to collect the car off at 2. That car still sideways midway down the back straightaway. White flag in the air for Jeff LaFlemme, the Georgian Bay Woodworking 24 machine. Can coast it home from here. Gibbons unable to close the gap. Smith in 3rd now with a little bit of breathing room over Brian Penny. Final time off before. Checkered flag in the air. LaFlemme with the win. Gibbons in 2nd. 3rd will go to Smith. 4th to Penny. And Harrison will round out the top 5. LaFlemme going to stop over in turn number 3 and see Dave Franks pick up the checkered flag as he comes around to the front straightaway. A very fast Honda Civic is what LaFlemme has brought with him here tonight as he picks up the heat win down in Victory Lane, the Red Line Signs Apparel, Innisfil Garage Stores, Georgia Bay Woodworking, Ideal Supply, Napa Auto Parts, number 24 machine. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Jeff LaFlemme. All the Victory Lane photos done. Heat number 4 lined up on the make ready chute to close out qualifying for the GD Coats Used Car Superstore Mini Stock Division. So LaFlemme is going to feel very confident after the heat win in the 2nd round of qualifying as he punches his ticket to the feature event later on tonight. Behind the wheel of that Honda Civic. They go back to the pits, the attention of the team, see if they're going to make any adjustments, but I doubt he's got many of the way that 24 car performed here in heat number 3. Final qualifying heat race for the GD Coats Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division starting on pole 28 machine out of Innisfil. The Presto Appliance Repair, Auto Trim Design of Barrie, Ontario Steel Sales, Gordy's Garage, Fox's Bakery and Deli, Little Squirts, Maple City Tire, number 28 machine is Connor Maltese, 12 machine out of Cookstown. The Pontiac Sunfire is Eric Rainey for Our Family Farms, 22 is Chandler Bosch, Starper Lemon Trust, Mac Lang of Aurelia, Chevrolet Cobalt, 67 machine, your points leader coming in tonight. The FX Stone and Paving, Ryan's Landscaping, Initial Creek Golf Course, Northway Tire Limited, Ford Mustang is Josh Bullen, 78 is Matt Boyes, feature winner here on Sunday evening. Driving the Honda Civic for Green Tractor Brampton, Redline Signs and Apparel, Redline Brew Houses, Honda Civic. 6 machine is Curtis Stewart, the Acura Integra for Best Buy Mobile, Big Rock Landscaping, Mike the Mattress Guy. 07 machine is Dylan Bowman. The CSN Collision Center, Ford Mustang, 73. The Timber and Simmerworks, WMI, K Studio Hair Salon, 73 is Cool Guy Alan Lankin. 63, the Fox's Bakery and Deli. Honda Del Sol is Cole Burrows. 34, the Honda Recreational Racing Ride is Chris Pendlebury. Green flag is out for the final qualifying heat race for the GD Coats Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. Bullen wastes a little time, puts the bumper to the 12, but Rainey sends him up the hill. They're going to be 3 wide down the back straightaway. Bullen now trapped on the high side of the racetrack. Matt Boyes down to the bottom of that 78 machine. The Green Tractor Brampton Honda Civic out in front. Connor Maltese up on the high side of the racetrack, trying to take second spot away from Chandler Boss. Boss down on the bottom. The Mac Lang Aurelia, Tarpon Lumber and Trust, Mikey Network, 22 machine. Pulling now with a run to the inside of Maltese. Maltese slides back just a little up on the high side of the racetrack. Here comes the Innisfil Creek Golf Course, 67 of Josh Bullen up to the third spot. Bullen working the bottom side of the racetrack, looks to the inside of Boss. Boss with a great run off the 2 down the back straightaway. Battle is on for the 4th spot. Here comes Curtis Stewart now to the inside of Connor Maltese. Just behind them, Chris Pendlebury and Alan Lankin run side by side just outside the top 5. Bullen with a run to the bottom. Here he comes for second now. Chandler Boss trying to fire back on the high side of the racetrack, so you can do so. Down into turn number 3. Matt Boyes out in front. Almost a straightaway advantage by now. Over the 67 of Bullen, who is now able to get up to the 2nd spot and get clear of Chandler Boss. As they'll come up to the cross sites this time. Been 5 laps in, 5 laps to go for Matt Boyes at the front of the field, with a very healthy lead over Josh Bullen. Chandler Boss runs in the 3rd spot. Curtis Stewart and Pendlebury round out the top 5 right now. 73 of Lankin looking to the inside of Maltese. That's a battle for the 6th spot, just outside the top 5. Pendlebury now all over the rear bumper cover, the Acura Integra of Curtis Stewart. The Best Buy Mobile, number 6 machine, trying to hold on to the 4th spot. Pendlebury slides high that time, entering turn number 1, trying to get the run down the back straightaway. Side-by-side battle for the 6th spot. Lankin on the bottom, Maltese on the high side. Just behind them runs Cole Burrows, the Fox's Bakery and Deli, Double B Automotive, House Automotive, Honda Del Sol. Lankin starting to hit down on the bottom, not quite able to clear Maltese that time. Down the back straightaway. 2 laps to go for Matt Boyes at the front of the field. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd all spread out. Battle on the racetrack is for the 6th spot. Lankin still unable to clear Maltese, able to do so this time through 1 and 2 and down the back straightaway. Burrows looking to follow through. Burrows has only made starts here behind the wheel of his junior late model. First time behind the wheel of a mini stock. White flag in the air. Final time down the back straightaway from Matt Boyes, Green Tractor Brampton, Honda Civic. Final time off the 4th, checkered flag in the air. Boyes going to pick up the win. It's going to be Bullen for 2nd. Chandler Boss coming home in 3rd. Battle for 4th. Chris Pendlebury at the line that will edge out Curtis Stewart. So Matt Boyes looking to go back-to-back after winning here on Sunday evening. The Green Tractor Brampton Nutline Brewhouse's Image.ca Honda Civic was flying here on Sunday evening. Would like to go back-to-back in Victory Lane for twice in under 7 days here at Sunset Speedway. See if we can do so come feature race action later on tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, down on Victory Lane, the Green Tractor Brampton Nutline Brewhouse's Epic Racewear, Imagetraps.ca, Honda Civic. Put your hands together for Matt Boyes. So Boyes with a new power plant under the hood. Brought that out on Sunday. Is a little happy tonight. Normally he splits his time with the mini stock and the bone stock. Tonight he's able to focus on one car and not be running back and forth to the pit area and jumping out of one car, jumping into the other. So almost a relaxing night at the racetrack from Matt Boyes tonight.
It definitely makes a difference. I mean, it has to, right? The amount of time you can dedicate to something. I've seen it before, but generally it's drivers in higher divisions that maybe won't do as much of their own work on the car, so you jump out of one, run to the other. I hope he has a lot of help here at the races.
He doesn't normally. I think he's got his dad and maybe a few others, but they bring usually 2 to 3 cars with them. So they have a teammate in the bone stock division who's got 1 to 2 cars depending on the night. So they've had up to 3 cars running at once, and the only thing that's limiting them is the amount of trailer space they have.
Yeah, no doubt. Although with those cars you can fit more of them in a trailer, they're pretty short.
They've got a long trailer. Boyes comes to us from tractor pulling. So they've got a nice big long trailer for normally 4x4 tractors. So they're able to get 2 cars in there. So in his trailer, he's able to bring the bone stock and the mini stock. When he wasn't bringing the mini stock, he was bringing his bone stock as well as his teammates' Chevrolet Cobalt as well. And then they had a 3rd trailer to bring a little Nissan that sometimes they throw his teammates' dad in as well. So Quite the operation they have going on over there.
I wish I could remember who it was that used to bring a car carrier to the races. Like the style you'd see new cars delivered to a dealership with. And there'd be 4 or 5 of them on there. Like it was almost a full heat race showing up on the same trailer.
Well, normally with our bone stocks, we have the Wilmans and the SKLD Motorsports team. They've got like an 18-wheeler, and they can, I think they told me, they can fit up to 4 cars in the 18-wheeler. It's not like a stacker or anything. They just go in nose to nose, and they fit them all in there how they need to. And
it's pretty cost effective when when you look at it come in, you think, wow, who are these people? It's actually the most convenient way to get their cars to and from the races, especially when you travel in packs.
Especially, too. I mean, you already own the rig. It's what they do for a living, so they've got the rig. All they needed was the trailer, and, buying one trailer instead of 4 or 5, very cost-effective.
Absolutely. So, folks, the schedule tonight's going to be a little bit different. There is no last chance race for the APC cars. There is no last chance race for the Quick Wick Super Stocks. It's going to take about a 15-minute break and then roll into the 25-lap mini stock feature and then straight into the main events with the super stocks and the late models. So we're going to work this program along, and I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at the forecast, and it gets a little... I haven't looked at it lately, but it was getting a little worse as the evening went on, towards the 9, 10 o'clock time. And it was only 40% chance. Now, the last 2 or 3 weeks here at Sunset, we've had a 40% chance of rain, which has meant a 100% chance of rain.
That's been this whole summer, hasn't it?
It's kind of like the, what do they call it when they said the temperature outside is 30 degrees, but it feels like 40? When you're at a racetrack, a 40% chance of rain means you're getting wet.
Yeah, we waited out last Saturday. We literally got to intermission. We got all of our qualifying done. And just as we went to intermission, the rain came. So an extended intermission to drive the track, but we were able to get the whole program in. It was, I think, midnight. We threw the final checkered flag and were able to get out of here. But it was good to get it in and beat Mother Nature for once. We got beat the weekend before, and she flooded the track, and we didn't quite get the show in. So we were able to get back at it last Sunday and get a whole show in, and looking good here tonight so far.
So what's coming ahead at Sunset Speedway? I know the season's winding down, but you still got a lot of racing action to go.
Next weekend, we got all the racing action. We've got the Velocity 250 weekend. As I think I said, if it's not a sportsman, a truck, you're pretty much here. We got Legends, super late models, pro late models, limited late models, super stocks, mini stocks, bone stocks, junior late models, Legends, TQs, outlaw midgets, and I'm probably still missing something, but Saturday and Sunday, 1 o'clock start time. A lot of the qualifying will be done on Saturday. I think the Bone Stocks run a full show. The Legends or TQs, one of them run a full show on Saturday night. And then Sunday we go 1 o'clock, should be right into feature action or last chances if needed for each division.
So I think we should have Clinton Jeffrey. I was going to make this joke 5 minutes ago when there was nobody in the infield. Say, hey, you should go interview everybody on the infield. That is now starting to populate down there. So I think we can actually put Clinton Jeffrey to work, which is one of my favorite things to do.
Yeah, I know that. We're going to put Shay Gemmel to work. Shay, you're the only one, and your crew just scattered when they seen the camera coming. You're the only one down here in the infield. What's the story? Why are you hanging around here and everybody else is back there eating cheeseburgers?
No, we're just struggling with this car a little bit. We were half decent in practice. I think we were 6th or so. We put this set of tires on, and the car just completely changed on me. So I don't know if we were game planning what we're going to change or if we're just going to start at the back. But I don't know. Crew can come here with the pit box. Maybe we'll get some things figured out and hopefully get this North Country Property Maintenance APC car up to the front.
So your car was that rough that you may take it right to the back and make some changes. What changes would you make if you had to go that route?
I was going to see if we're allowed to do that with the rule book, if we can make changes. But if not, there's some stuff you can do in the rear end with the Panhard bar movement. You can take some rebound out of the shocks and see where our wear sticks are, put some maybe Packers in there or something. But I guess we'll see what the rules are, and I guess we'll go from there.
How do you like Sunset? Is it a good place you feel comfortable at, a place you feel you can have a good points night? Is it a place you're just trying to survive tonight?
No, like every racetrack, you feel like you should be competitive. Especially this place is really tough. Being we were obviously from Delaware area, and all the guys that come up here usually struggle a little bit. And the years that we've had some good cars here. It's just this year, it's one of those years for me right now where you just keep your nose down, keep plugging away, and hopefully get a good finish.
We'll watch your changes here and see what you guys do. Good luck tonight, Shay.
Yes, thanks, guys.
Shay Gemmel contemplating his future here, Adam, as they try and figure out what the game plan will be tonight.
Yeah, he's been busy this season with some late model racing. He's seen some action in the NASCAR Pinty Series as well. where he saw some success, a top 5 run, and that's not an easy thing to accomplish.
And he's going to try again tomorrow afternoon with the NASCAR Pinty Series back with Ed Hackinson Racing. Going to give it another go. And home race for him basically here tonight with North Country Property Maintenance just up the road, Stroud Optical, Kells Garden City, all local sponsors here in Innisfil. So basically a home race for Gemmell, a home away from home essentially.
And you know, these drivers with this series have done, almost all of them have done enough racing here at Sunset, Flamborough, Sauble. They've pretty much got the lay of the land. There's always one or two that just seem to have a little bit better grasp of different racetracks. But I think that's why we see some of the action we do here at Sunset, some of the pack racing, is that everybody seems comfortable here.
I mean, it's a multi-lane track. You can be comfortable on the bottom side. You can be comfortable up high. You can try to pinch someone down. You can try to run someone up. But there's lots of room to work. You know, if you can really get your car to turn off the bottom, there's a lot of room. You can shorten up the racetrack. But the high side plays such a pivotal role here. You can run the high side. You can keep the momentum up. One of our limited late model regulars, Paul Maltese, he's sometimes up in the 3rd lane with his late model. And he gets that car wound up, and he's able to get such a run down the back straightaway. He's very hard to pass. So there's a lot of racing room, and that's what guys like coming here and having that room to run. You're not needing to use the nose to root someone out of the way. You know you got 2 lanes of racing at all times.
Yeah, and after a couple of tough races on the APC series, the last outing at Flamborough was a pretty fantastic display of stock car racing. You wonder if that sort of thing carries over to the next event, and even talking through the pits to 1 or 2 drivers, as you know, we intentionally didn't use the bumper because it wasn't that kind of race. People were kind of minding their manners. Maybe they get wound up to the point where they're not going to show patience tonight. You never know what you're going to get.
And I mean, you know, an extra $1,000 on the line tonight to the win. That's going to motivate some guys to maybe use that bumper when they need to late in the going if they got a shot at it. You know, second's not paying an extra $1,000, only first. So it'd be interesting to see what happens late in the going. And now some of these drivers are going to have to balance it. They're chasing the points title. Is the $1,000 going for the $1,000 to put yourself at risk worth it in the big picture? That's what they're going to have to start weighing as they get into position.
We're going to take another quick break here on G-Force TV. Try to get our breaks in early on because I think the night's going to flow through after this with 3 feature events on tap. So we'll be right back.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps, to tech liner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? these are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
This G-Force TV presentation is brought to you by Oakwood Transport. We haul cars.
Back live from Sunset Speedway on G-Force TV. Great aerial views we're seeing for those watching at home. Just saw one of those dust storms that Adam was talking about during the break to the live audience kick up through the pit area. It's been a blustery day here at Sunset Speedway, but beautiful weather, and we are waiting for the mini stocks to line up on the backstretch. Still don't see cars back there, so we'll have a bit of a break here.
I've actually left that same type of a vapor trail at buffets, like when the when the fresh crabs come out into the buffet. You can see it.
If the crabs could still move, they'd make the same trail to get away from you.
They might. Do you serve crabs
I
here?
can just picture you with like butter dripping all down the front of your shirt. And
the funny thing is, I'm fairly subdued at events like that, but my wee little Portuguese father-in-law, I mean, he is ears deep in the, like you say, the butter sauce. I've been tempted to get him a scuba snorkel. Maybe this will help.
Oh, my.
But he does enjoy it.
Another fantastic crowd here this evening. How's it been here at Sunset Speedway throughout the season?
It's been pretty good. We've the weather has the last few weeks kind of scared people off, but I mean, even the night we did rain out 2 weeks ago, we tried. Like we got the track, it flooded. It rained so much in the afternoon, like it came down out of nowhere. I got here about 3 o'clock, and 5 minutes later, it downpoured and flooded turns 3 and 4, and they got the pump going, and we got it pumped out. And about 5 minutes before we were set to go racing, the rains came again, but we had a lineup of people to get in. So that was impressive. It's been really good crowds here this year. It's been good to see and see everyone back out. I mean, it was a rough year last year. 100 people in the stands last year. So to have people back out, it's nice to see and have everyone out enjoying the races and getting out and being social again.
Yeah. Last year, you almost felt like you could say, okay, everybody huddle in and I'll just talk you through these races because there weren't enough fans in the stands. And so nice to see these stands so full.
And, we've got to congratulate the fans and thank the fans because the world reopening hasn't been the most comfortable thing. But I'm so proud of our racing family, partly because I think people were just jonesing to get out and take in the action, but partly because we got to get back to our family, right? You've got to come out to these events. And I know these have not been easy times for anybody, but we have been from track to track to track this summer. And Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, the crowds have been phenomenal. I mean, we haven't seen any place where the crowds have dwindled. If anything, they're much larger than they were pre-pandemic.
That's what I was about to say. You even look 1 week ago at Flamborough for the APC race. Phenomenal crowd there, and good to see for the Caselli family. And I think just what you said, that term jonesing, people are jonesing to get out and do things and see things, and that's been great for motorsports. So again, just waiting for the mini stocks to get lined up. I thought I saw one rolling there to get lined up, but we're still a little ways away from getting going. And don't forget to tune in to G-Force TV over the next couple of weeks. Next Friday night, we'll be at Merrittville Speedway. I guess it's this Friday night coming up. Friday, September the 17th, where we'll see the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, along with the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, Hoosier Stocks, and Mini Stocks, all at 7 o'clock from Merrittville down in Thorold, Ontario. And then in a couple of weeks' time, on Friday, September the 24th, we'll be at Delaware Speedway for the Quick Firestarter Super Stock Series finale. The following night, the APC Series will crown their champion on Saturday, September the 25th, all here on G-Force TV. Don't forget our G-Force TV light broadcasts. I know for sure that Tonight's race from Merrittville Speedway featuring the 360 sprint cars will be on G-Force Light on Monday night, so you can catch all that action.
Yeah, it's been a hectic schedule. Does Clinton know we don't have a race next Saturday?
Shh, don't tell him.
You sure he doesn't want to book us into 2 or 3 places?
I have plans.
So we just heard from Clinton saying the microphone is giving him a little bit of headache down in the infield. So he means to be participating. So now is the perfect time to pick on everything we've ever wanted to pick on about Clinton Jeffrey, which last night, let's tell this story again because it's worth repeating. And Brendan, so Spencer's our producer. You've heard him in your ears a little bit, does a great job. Nobody's allowed to see the Spencer. He sent to us in a group chat this new app, or I don't know if it's hardware or software or what the hell. It's basically a telestrator. So we could point things out and draw things on the screen. And all great. Like the chat immediately went to the horrible things we would do to Clinton Jeffrey if we were able to draw appendages and different shapes in and around him. Like, can you see that being a good, positive addition?
I think it would. I mean, our broadcast can't slide any further down the hill than they've gone in the last few weeks, so I'm thinking tic-tac-toes during break during this time would be fantastic. Yeah, there's the engine change back to something serious. And we could circle that for you and show you where the engine goes in that car, as well as draw tails on the people putting it inside.
I would probably find the person whose belt is not doing the work that it should, because that's always what happens to me in the race shop if my wife is around, starts giggling. Everyone else seems to be able to handle, but I would definitely circle it. Now, hats off to JR's crew. They're either all wearing suspenders or their pants fit.
See what I have to put up with every night.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's better than doing it by yourself. I mean, all I do here is I just, poor Jeff Slaughter, our starter. I mean, I've known him, I don't know, almost 20 years, but I just pick on him every night. It's just
and he can't talk back.
No, he can't. I mean, sometimes like the head shake and the moments of disappointment I get on him are just fantastic. I live for it at this point, but I mean, yeah, having people to interact with is a lot more fun than just doing it by yourself. So
I enjoy it. I've always enjoyed that, and I don't think I've made it a secret either. If I can avoid it, I do not call shows by myself anymore. I think because I'm so far off the rails or so deep in the gutter, there's
no one trusts you to be on
nobody
your
there
own.
to pull me up and nobody there to hire me. That's what we could do. We could actually draw the gutter we're hanging out in when we announce. Beautiful sky here tonight. Just fantastic conditions, and you can see the team starting to get ready for their... I don't think I've ever seen that, and now that I'm seeing it, I don't know why we haven't, but a lawn tractor pulling out the pit cart.
Oh, we've had it all here at Sunset. I believe back in the day it was Jason Whitty, his dad. I think they converted one and almost turned it into like a Zamboni. Like the pit cart was like they stood on the back of it and it had a wheel, and they drove the pit cart down here like a Zamboni. I'm pretty sure it started life as a lawn tractor.
Well, you see, before Sunset Speedway was laid out the way it is, Peterborough Speedway had the infield pits and a very steep run down to the pits, and I've seen more than one pit cart escape when people were trying to manually get them down that hill. And I mean, that's a lot of weight chugging down the banking of a racetrack, and God forbid if you're the one on the bottom, you don't want to catch it.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things that you really think about now in the modern day. Everyone's got like an ATV or a lawn tractor or a golf cart or something to haul it with. But I mean, back in the day, it was, slug it downhill, as many guys as you could, and then at the end of the night, try to get it back up the banking. And I mean, Sunset, I wouldn't want to be pushing a pit cart because it's all the way up the banking, and then it's a hill back down into the pit. So you're literally sometimes up hills both ways,
Yeah, I think I would just not want to park at the bottom of the hill. I'm going to park a few feet to this side, a few feet to that side, but not dead center. I wonder, I'm not going to make requests of the drone to get down and a little bit closer because that may not have a happy ending. We can see mini stocks forming on the... Is that the grid area? What do you call the access road on the backstretch?
We call it the make ready chute.
Okay, the chute. That's what they were. Man, some of them really fly down the chute too, getting ready to go racing.
I usually stand for practice right at where the wall begins up in turn 2 there. And some of the late models, I really wonder if I'm standing in a safe place as they come up that ramp. They get real close to where I'm standing. There's a grassy spot behind there, so I got about a 4-foot area to stand, and some of them get as close as they can, as fast as they can.
Can we tell a 20-year-old unsafety story? Is that?
Yeah, it's past.
You know Ryan Smith, Oshwegan Speedway,
Yes.
he's official there. He works at Flamborough Speedway. Used to drive that beautiful hot rod hearse.
Yes.
Okay, so he came to work at Oshwegan Speedway, and when someone comes to work as an official, you really give them the bare bones education. Don't turn your back to the race cars ever, and don't put yourself in a precarious position. Ryan worked in turn number 3, and Oshwegan was all cinder blocks. So he worked, there's a fence, there's cinder blocks. Don't go outside of that wall. There's no need to go out there, but you're new and you want to be a part of the action. A freak accident and a car spins out the wrong way going into turn number 3. Ryan, for some reason, had his back to it, or he was trying to run away. Like he realized things are going bad. And the car just slapped him and knocked him down. And thank goodness he wasn't run over, but he was struck. The next week, he was black from his hip all the way to his ankle. He was black and blue the whole length of him. So, and you're telling that story about standing by the end of the wall. It's a great idea until it's not. And if you think, no matter where you are at a racetrack, if you think, nothing bad can possibly happen to me here, it's probably going to happen in the next 5 minutes.
Let's go to Clinton Jeffries over there in corner 2 with a Case IH track report.
Thanks, guys. Just want to give some of the fans at home a bit of perspective on what it's like here at Sunset Speedway. You know, it may look flat when you're watching from the drone, but we'll keep Ryan where he is, and I'll just back my way down, and you'll see how far it goes down the banking. And I'm still at the second upper groove, and it goes way down here to the bottom. And you can see how much it drops off. I would say it's probably at least a story or 2, maybe. Hi, it is quite the banking here, guys, and it's a long way up that hill.
Yeah, that's got to be over about a story and a half there.
Yeah, if you look at the grass, like you need a reference point. So take that Rock 95 reference point. You look straight down. You know, you do come down a few lanes, but yeah, it's quite a bit of banking. But when your car gets a little bit loose in that banking, there's not enough. You want more.
Yeah,
I needed a couple more degrees there, and I would have been just fine.
Yeah, TV never shows the accuracy of how banked the Speedway is, and I really noticed it when I went to Five Flag Speedway in Pensacola a few years ago. I've watched the Derby on pay-per-view year after year. I've watched the Blizzard Series, and I'm like, oh, it looks all right. And then you get there, and it's like, wow, there's a lot of banking. And I did the same thing with Richmond Raceway. I went there for the PASS event a few years ago and watched the Cup Series on yours for TV, and all of a sudden I got there, and I'm like, wow, this is banked. Like, this TV does not do it justice.
Until you stand right there by the banking, you have no idea, and it's unreal. And Sunset's got a good bank to it.
Brendan, this is all you as the Mini Stocks roll onto the racetrack for their 25-lapper. I am going to enjoy your call. Take it away.
Here we go with JD Coates Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. 25 laps the distance on the Fast City Race for scoreboard. Starting on pole, 45 machines Caladan team with the Origin 1668 Coffee Arm Technology Ride. One machine is the Hooligan Rob Harrison, the Tarpon Lumber and Trust Speedy Auto Machine, Mac Lang of Aurelia, Mikey Network, Chevrolet Cobalt. 28 machines, Connor Maltese out of Innisfil, the Presto Appliance Repair, Ontario Steel Sales, Auto Trim Design of Barrie, Fox's Bakery and Deli, Maple City Tire, Gordy's Garage, Ford Mustang. 6 machines, Curtis Stewart, the Acura Integra out of Barrie, Ontario, the Lakeside Auto. Best Buy Mobile, Mike the Mattress Guy, Big Rock Landscaping, Acura Integra. 12 machine is Eric Rainey out of Cookstown for Our Family Farm. 83 machine, former Sunset Speedway Mini Stock champion is Cameron McGlashan, driving the Ford Mustang for RV Auto. Daryl Econ Custom Diecast, Aurelia Metal Fabrication, and Kawartha Metals. Aboard the 83-73 is Alan Lankin. Cool guy, Alan Lankin, the Timberworks, WMI Engineering. K-Studio Hair Salon, Ford Mustang. 24 is Jeff LaFlemme, the Georgia Made Woodworking, Jomo Media, Innisfil Garage Doors. Ideal Supply, Napa Auto Parts, Redline Signs Apparel, Honda Civic. 22 is Chandler Boss. Innisfil and the Mac Lang Aurelia, Tarpon Lumber and Trust, Mikey Network, Chevrolet Cobalt. 78 is Matt Boyce, feature winner here on Sunday evening, driving the Honda Civic for Green Tractor Brampton, Redline Breweries, Himmatraps.ca, and Epic Racewear. 45 is Brian Penny out of Angus. The Stonehaven Interlocking Stone. North Canada Hydroponics. Ignite Loyal to the Oil. Dave Doucette Contracting. Ford Mustang. The team did a lot of work. Just got the graphics on the right side of that car after a long week of repairs. And some damage and a big accident on Sunday night. 67 Machine, your points leader coming tonight here in the Sunset Speedway GD Coats Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. The Ryan's Landscaping, FX Stone and Paving, Innisfil Creek Golf Course, Big Brian and Sons Towing, CW Coops of Innisfil, Auto Trim Design, Barry Ford Mustang. 10 Machine is Will Gibbons and the Norms Fast Lube. Honda CRX 34, the One Recreational Racing Can-Do Homes Ride is Chris Pendlebury. 63 Machine, the Fox's Bakery and Deli, Dolby Automotive, House Automotive. DFI Systems, Northern Equipment Solutions, Honda Del Sol is Cole Burrows making his Sunset Speedway mini stock debut. Former winner here in the Junior Late Model Division. 49 is Carl Federle, the Next Gen Automotive Will Speed Shop Saturn. 9 is Madison Tenkamp. 07 is Dylan Bowman. 5 is Peter Wakeling. The 15 is Charlie Bucket. Charlie Smith, the Adios Supply Napa Auto Parts, Amp Pro Electric Dodge Neon. Jeff Slaughter looking to give the field the green flag off of turn number 4. We are racing with the GD Coats Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division down into turn number 1. Santino jumps the lead, but here comes the hooligan Rob Harrison up on the high side of the racetrack in that number 1 machine. Matt Boy's wasting a little time. He's already up in the third groove of the racetrack. He'll go to the outside of Cameron McGlashan. He'll crack the top 5 by the time they come back to the stripes. The Flem now looking to crack the top 3. Looking to go to the outside of Curtis Stewart. Stewart gives him room. They're 3 wide down the back straightaway. Dantimo down on the bottom. Stewart now able to clear him. Battle is on for second. Boy's going to take second away on the high side and shuffle Stewart back to the third spot. He'll set a second now on Rob Harrison at the front of the field in that number 1 machine. Side by side off of 2 down the back straightaway. McGlashan in the move on the 83 machine. He's up to the 4th spot trying to bring Jeff LaFlamme with him. Boy's up in the third groove of the racetrack. Going to come away with the lead down the front straightaway. Harrison back to second. Stewart still holds on to third. McGlashan in the 4th spot. LaFlamme runs in 5th. LaFlamme now looking at the outside of McGlashan down the back straightaway in the 24 machine. Side by side for the 4th spot. LaFlamme with the advantage up on the high side of the racetrack. George Bay woodworking. 24 machine. Trying to clear McGlashan and set his sights on the 6 of Curtis Stewart. Stewart, the Lakeside Auto, Best Buy Mobile. Acura Integra down the wrong side of the racetrack. LaFlamme able to get the run through 3 and 4 up to the outside. Going to steer him and take over the 3rd spot at the line. Now he's going to set his sights on the 1 machine of Rob Harrison and try to take the 2nd spot away. Boy's going to come up and put a lap on Madison Tenkamp in the number 9 machine. LaFlamme now able to get clear of Harrison in the number 1 machine to take over second. Josh Bullen on the move down to the outside of Harrison. Going to take over the 3rd spot. Great racing all over the racetrack. LaFlamme and Bullen now going to have to try to reel in the 78 of Matt Boyd. He's got a half straightaway advantage, this time down the back straightaway. McGlashan trying to clear Curtis Stewart. That's for the 5th spot. Stewart shuffled back to 6th. Alan Lincoln runs in 7th. Brian Penny in 8th. Will Gibbons from the tail of the field has worked his way inside the top 10. He gives a shot to Brian Penny, that time down the front straightaway. The Norris Fafsu, number 10 machine. Already a feature winner here at Sunset this year. Here comes Brian Penny now with a run to the inside of Alan Lincoln. That's a battle for the 7th spot. The Dave Doucette Contracting 45 machine down the bottom side of the racetrack. Still trying to work to the inside of the Timberworks 73 machine of Alan Lincoln. Lincoln holding top on the high side of the racetrack. Now he'll slide back down to the bottom. Able to hold off Penny so far, but here comes the 10. Will Gibbons with a run down the back straightaway. He's going to put the bumper to Lincoln. Give him a little bump draft down the back straightaway. Trying to get that 73 machine clear of the 45, so Gibbons can jump to the bottom side of the racetrack. Penny still trying to fire back. The Unite Loyal to the Oil 45 machine. Down on the inside. Boys now with almost a straightaway advantage over the 24 LaFlamme out in front. Best battle on the racetrack is for the 7th spot. Penny, Gibbons, and Lankin all battling for position. The Case 2 Harrison 73 machine trying to hold on in position. Penny with a great run, that time into 3 and 4. Gibbons now looking to the bottom, looking to make it 3 wide. Penny going to slam the door down into turn number 1. Lankin up on the high side, trying to keep the momentum wound up in that Ford Mustang. The WMI Engineering 73 machine slides back just a little up on the high side. Gibbons now looks to the inside of Penny down the front straightaway. Doesn't have enough of a run to make it work. The North Canada Hydroponics 45 machine able to hold on in position. Here comes Gibbons down to the bottom. Lankin still looking back to the high side. As these three race for position, they are closing in on Curtis Stewart in the 6th spot. And Rob Harrison in 5th. Stewart gets high that time through 1 and 2. They're going to be 3 wide. Gibbons down on the bottom, Penny in the middle. They're going to come up on the lap car 10 camp, this time down the front straightaway. They're going to have to think thin, 4 wide down the front straightaway for just a moment as they get clear of the 9 to 10 camp. And around goes to 45 of Penny. Might have had a little help as they were trying to navigate lap traffic. And that's going to be the last thing Matt Boyes wanted to see. He had himself a sizable advantage, and that's all been erased now. So Penny able to refire the Dave Set Contracting 45 machine, and he'll tag on tail end of the longest line. And here we go with the replay, see what happens. We're able to get down the front straightaway, get clear of time camp, the lap car. And Penny he really just slows up in the corner. He was
definitely contact from behind, but
yeah, Lankin got into him, but he almost got on the binders when he didn't need to. It was very weird. So I don't know if he just was expecting the bottom car on the bottom to slide up, and he was trying to give room. But unfortunately, Penny going to go tail of the field. And I assume the 73 of Lankin has been summoned there as well as an involved car. So Penny going to head down pit road. To the attention of the crew, I guess make sure there's no tire rubs or anything. I mean, you're going to the back anyway, so yeah, you just see it there. He just gets in the corner, and Lankin wasn't expecting him to get on the binders the way he did, and just ran him over and sent him around. So the physical embodiment of. I have so many nicknames for Alan Lankin. He's my dear friend, but I have so many nicknames for him, I can't even keep this straight anymore. But he's going to the rear, and I'm going to rib him all week about dumping the 45 car for no reason at all. So
it's beautiful when you have those friendships in the pits, because really, you can't do it to someone who's not a good friend, because you're kicking someone while they're down, and it feels so good to do it to a buddy. But
yeah, I mean, that's just a part of friendship, able to rib each other and just have some fun with it. So the physical embodiment of charisma is Alan Lankin going to the rear of the field. So, hate to see it, just run on the top 10. I mean, some good runs this year. Ran a recovery last Sunday. Ended up with the right front flat after contact. 3-wide battle gone wrong. But the real story is going to be out front. Matt Boyes, Green Tractor Brampton, Redline Brewery's Honda Civic has been on rails this entire feature event. And now he's going to have Jeff the Flam and Josh Bullen, your current points leader here at Sunset Speedway. Going to try to see if they've got anything for the 78 car. He was well out in front, and you have to wonder if maybe he burned up his stuff, maybe overused that right front tire, and now Bullen and the Flam able to save their stuff, just pacing themselves, hoping for this caution. 16 laps complete, 9 laps remaining, 25 laps the distance for the GD Coates Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. Just getting the last of these cars where they need to be, pull the lap cars out of line before we double them up and go back green flag racing with the GD Coates Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. McGlashan having a good run in the 4th spot. He had his struggles to start the year, including a fire under the hood at one point. It was an insult to injury night. Had a rough night going, and then a fire under the hood sidelined him. He's taken some time. Took a few weeks off, focused on the bone stock, and spent some time back at the shop in the mini stock and got that 83 car a contender weekly here at Sunset Speedway. Once again, the ORV Auto Daryl Eacock Custom Diecast number 83 Ford Mustang, the former Sunset Speedway Mighty Mini M mini stock track champion. So it looks like just waiting on the last to line up at the back of the field to get where they need to be. So now the lineup should be good. It was just looking at the 73 ahead of the 45 after the 45 went down pit road. So I think we are finally good. Jeff Slaughter going to give him the sign to double up. Boys going to choose the outside for the restart. That'll put LaFlamme down on the inside. The initial garage doors, red line signs, and apparel. 24 machine going to restart from the bottom. So you'll want to keep your eyes on row number 2. The pair of Mustangs. They're going to come up to speed a little faster than the Hondas. The Hondas going to take a little while to get wound up, but the Mustangs, you get on the gas. They've got all the power they need to get going. So Josh Bullen going to possibly look to the bottom, to the inside of LaFlamme off of 4 coming down the front straightaway once they exit the restart box. So white flag is out, lights are extinguished on the NTM Bearings Pace truck. So LaFlamme, the control car, we will use the restart zone up in turn number 4. The 2 yellow lines coming down the racetrack. Leader can fire anywhere inside the restart box. Cannot go before then. And now they can the second place car, which is LaFlamme, down on the bottom. They enter the restart box up in turn number 4. Green flag back in the air. LaFlamme with a great launch down on the bottom. And that's not going to stand. Jeff Slaughter going to call that one back. This will be the one and only warning for LaFlamme. He is not the control car, boys. He's the control car. He's going to be the first to fire out of the restart box. So we'll double him back up and try it again. So LaFlamme knows, I mean, he's got to go. He's got the 67 Bullen restarting behind him, and that Mustang can just power through. So you see it here. Yeah, he's definitely coming out of the restart box and down the front straightaway. He didn't even try to give it back by the time they got to turn number 1.
And as a driver, you often know you're going to have that freebie. Was it too early to use that free attempt at a jump?
That's the question. I mean, 9 to go, though. We're past halfway, so if you're going to make a move, you want to make it now. And unfortunately, LaFlamme's used up his one and only, so he's going to have to be a good boy from here on out, or he's going to start being dot positions on these restarts. So it looks like Boy's going to change up. He'll choose the inside for the restart this time. Don't know if that's a gentlemanly thing. Doesn't want LaFlamme to jump again. Just wants to go old school and let everyone know he's the leader. But that's what we're going to do here for the restart. So white flag is out from Jeff Slaughter. The lights are once again extinguished from the NTN Bearings Pace truck. We'll try this one again. 9 laps remain for the GD Coats Used Car Superstar Mini Stock Division. Looks like the game's being played down the back straightaway. LaFlamme falling back just a little bit now. He's got a bumper full of Cameron McGlashan. McGlashan going to try to push the 24 down the front straightaway. And off at turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Bullen pushing the 78 of Boys down on the bottom, down into turn number 1. LaFlamme with the run up on the high side. Bullen sideways gets that car all crossed up. Able to bring it back underneath him. Everyone able to check up and avoid from running in to the sideways. 67 machine down the back straightaway. Boys out in front. Here comes Jeff LaFlamme. LaFlamme to the bottom side of the racetrack. The Jordan Lemieux Woodworking, Joe Mo Media 24 machine. Took a look that time through 1 and 2. Boys with the advantage on the high side down the back straightaway. Able to use the momentum. 1 car length advantage for Boys at the line that time by. Trouble for Rob Harrison, the number 1 machine. Something broken in the left front suspension on the number 1. The wheel started pointing many different directions it wasn't supposed to. As he got down in turn number 1, was able to get it locked up, and now able to limp the car to the outfield pit area. So that will end the race early for the hooligan Rob Harrison, the Canadian Equipment Outfitters, Tarpon Lumber Trust, Speedy Auto Machine, number 1 machine, filling in for Daytona Bob Finnemore tonight. Hasn't been a very good run of things for the 1 machine when G-Force is here. Last time ended up in the infield retaining wall and in a late race accident that cut the race short the last time we were here. So Bob tried to change up his luck, put a different driver behind the wheel. Unfortunately, didn't help things here tonight.
No, that's not what we want. We don't want to be anyone's bad luck charm.
Well,
I have that for my son Connor, who's racing tonight at Flamborough Speedway, and we trust he is going to have a decent night because I am far, far away from Flamborough Speedway.
I've followed along on Facebook. I've seen you've been the one they've been pointing the stick at on the bad luck end of things. So all we can do is cross our fingers and hope for the best. And Connor has a good run tonight out of Flamborough. They got a full show going on out there with the Ontario Sportsman Series. So as their season winding down in a few weeks, they'll end up with Frosttoberfest, I believe, at the end of the month.
You know, with the Superstock Series and the APC Late Model Series, all year long we get to enjoy cars going track to track, which was always something we had to wait until September to enjoy. So we get that all year long, but yeah, some big events coming up.
And here we go. 18 laps now complete. 7 laps remain. Green flag in the air once again. Bullen with the push down the front straightaway to Boys. The Flem up on the high side. See what he can do in that 24 machine. Down the back straightaway they go. The Flem with the momentum, making the run to the high side. Boys able to clear him down into turn number 3. The Flem going to slide in line. Side by side for third behind them. Bullen down the bottom. Glash up on the high side. Will Gibbons looking for room to work in that Honda CRX, the number 10 machine. He'll slide to the bottom, 3 wide, down the back straightaway. Bullen tries to take the lane away. Gibbons backs out of it, slides back in line behind the Eagle Creek Golf Course, number 67 machine. The 10 machine of Gibbons. The Norms Fast Loop, Honda CRX doing what he can down the bottom side of the racetrack. Bullen now able to get clear of McClash, but he gets loose again. That car gets sideways, and Gibbons takes the evasive maneuvers all the way to the bottom side of the racetrack and able to get the car back up and turn down into turn number 3. He'll come away with the 3rd spot. Bullen with a couple of amazing saves in this race behind the wheel of that 67 machine. And again, now McGlashan with the bumper to the rear of the 67 machine, that time down the back straightaway. McGlashan now has a rear bumper full of the 15 of Charlie Smith. Smith coming from the tail of the field after issues in qualifying this afternoon. Bullen again, all sorts of sideways. Might have heated up that right rear tire, trying to get it back underneath him to close out this one. They'll come to 2 to go. Popsicle sticks at the line from Mad Boys, the Green Tractor Brampton, number 78 machine. Solidly out in front. LaFlamme in second. Gibbons trying to close the gap late in the going to LaFlamme in second. Here comes Charlie Smith now with a run to the inside of McGlashan. That is for the 5th spot. Side by side battle for 5th. White flag in the air. Final time off of 2 and down the back straightaway. Bad Boys walking away with it. Battle is on for 2nd. Boys going to pick up the win, but who's it going to be for 2nd? Gibbons with the move to the bottom. Off of the 4 down the front straightaway. Gibbons going to pick up 2nd. LaFlamme back to 3rd. Bullen in 4th. And McGlashan will round out the top 5. A great showing for the GD Codes Used Car Superstore Mini Stock Division. Matt Boys picking up the checkered flag from Dave Franks over in turn number 3. As he'll head to victory lane here at Sunset Speedway for the 2nd time in 7 days behind the wheel of that Honda Civic.
That was good quality racing in that mini stock. A couple of innocent spins, but people driving hard. A little bit of bump drafting, a little bit of jockeying for position, but a hard-earned victory.
Hard-earned victory. Everyone else is going to put it on the trailer in one piece, and they'll get to do it again next Saturday and Sunday, part of the Velocity 250 here at Sunset Speedway. And with that, we'll head down to victory lane. Clinton Jeffrey down to victory lane, getting ready for Matt Boys to unstrap out of that 78 machine.
Thanks, Brendan. He's working this Green Tractor's car perfectly here tonight in this Red Line Brewhouse, number 78. Matt Boys working his way out of the car. We'll get a word with him quickly here as he gets his safety belts off and climbs out. How about it, Sunset Speedway? Your mini stock winner tonight, Matt Boys. Matt will take a moment to get the helmet off. We'll jump in here and get a quick word with him. Matt, solid drive here tonight. Again, as Brendan was talking about, that's 2 and 7 days for you. You really got this Civic working great.
Well, you know, it sure makes up for what it lacks in horsepower in the ends. It's turning good, and you know, it sure looks real good out there on the track. We've had great luck with it this season. Had a few engine problems, but I think we got them pretty much squared away now. So
Couple restarts you had to deal with there. Laflamme tried to get you, but in the end you just held your line and made them call that one back.
Well, I wanted that outside line, but I was hoping Josh was going to come with me. So, Jeff jumping that restart may have saved the day there, but it sure turned out good for us there on the restarts.
Solid drive. How about it for Matt Boyes, ladies and gentlemen? He's your mini stock feature winner here tonight. We'll turn up to Greg and Adam for a full field rundown.
Thanks, Clint. Good job down there trackside. And let's have a look at how they wound up. Obviously, Matt Boyes with the win. Will Gibbons taking on that second spot on the very last lap over Jeff Laflamme. Josh Bullen and Cameron McGlashan round out the top 5.
Then it was Charlie Smith, Brian Penny. 8th was Chris Pendlebury. Curtis Stewart in 9th. And Connor Maltese going to round out the top 10. And then the cool guy Alan Lankin, Cole Burrows, Chandler Boss, Peter Wakeling, Eric Rainey, Colin Federley, Jason D'Antimo, Dylan Bowman, Madison Tenkamp, and Rob Harrison rounding out the top 20.
So that'll do it for the mini stock coverage tonight. We're going to take a break because when we come back, it is time to go racing with the Quick Super Stock Series. Boy, oh boy, look at the teams crossing over into the pit area. We'll be right back.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
This GeForce TV broadcast is brought to you by RS1, 99.9% pure top-grade methanol, the official fuel of the Action Sprint Tour. BestWayBetting.com, where the dreaming is easy. Welcome back live to Sunset Speedway. Beautiful aerial shots for those watching at home. You can see for miles around this speedway, and all is quiet right now. But soon the Quick Firestarter Super Stock Series will roll out onto the racetrack. We'll do the starting lineup for you as they get ready for their second-to-last race of the season. Points on the line, and Adam, you and I touched on this a little bit earlier on. You go through the standings, and everybody seems to be still in it.
Yeah, if it's a name you recognize when you see them on the track, chances are they've still got a shot at the title. The top of the grid, everybody tight. I'm stalling a little bit here, Greg, as I open up my Super Stock point standings because I knew Ray Morneau was the points leader. But Dwayne Baker, Garrett Teemersma, Ethan Constable, Trevor Culver, that is your top 5. Trevor Culver deserves a tip of the hat. He has been through hell this year with crashes and bad luck and keeps rebuilding and coming back. So that's a well-deserved top 5 run in the points right now.
And he's only 7 points out of first back there in the 5th spot, tied with Jason Parker. So it's tight to the top 10, separated by 13 points.
Realistically, all the way back to Ryan Dyson. Ryan Dyson is 24 points back, and I'm just doing some quick math. 170 points out of 3 races. Looks like you can get a maximum of say, 60 points a race. So really, if you're only 24 points back in 15th, you've still got that shot. If something goes wrong, the fields are full, right? If you have a problem early in the race, you're finishing outside of the top 20. That is a huge swing.
Which, the way the first 3 races have gone, that's exactly what could happen here tonight, because it seems whoever's been at the top of the pile has had the struggles. Like you mentioned, Trevor Culver came out, won at Delaware, then finished last at Peterborough, and then he had the struggles at Flamborough, and really anything could happen. The points, I'd like to see them week by week to have a look how much they changed, and if any driver stayed anywhere near the position they were in race 1.
I can't remember who won race 1. And we're only 4 races into the year. Who won when we were
Trevor
at
Culver.
Trevor Culver was the winner, of course, and then suffered some bad luck, so he slid down. Garrett Tiemersma won the most recent round at Flamborough Speedway, and up at Peterborough it was Carson Nagy. Where is Nagy in the point standings?
8th coming into tonight, and he's only 9 points back. So
different names each time in victory lane. Wouldn't surprise me one bit to have another new name added to the list here tonight. Lots of fan favorites, lots of drivers to watch. We see Marley Owen just climbing out of her number 21 machine, a recent winner over at Peterborough Speedway. Winning breeds winning, Greg.
that it does, that confidence. Once you get that win, even if you don't feel unbeatable, you at least, it's just that state of mind. It really is in racing.
How about the level of pretty that Justin Collison brings to the track with that London recreational racing? I mean, we give Paul Pepper a lot of credit for having and he does have a beautiful race car every week, but Justin Collison as well, a Flamborough Speedway regular with a beautiful race car. You know they put in a lot of hours in the shop, because any race at Flamborough is a tough one.
Yeah, it's hard to keep the tire marks off and the dents and injuries from a race night at Flamborough Speedway, and Justin Collison always has a beautiful looking race car, as do many of. I mean, you look through this field and the amount of racing they've done and close racing they've done this year. Everyone needs to be proud of the way their race car looks, and the Quick Firestarter Super Stock Series, for this being a first season, you wouldn't know it.
I make a habit of pointing out the ugly ducklings in different race divisions, and I don't know that this series has one. All the cars are pretty presentable.
Well, Adam, two things I saw today as we were walking around. Garrett Tiemersma actually dislocated his shoulder in practice today. He had an ice pack on it, so we'll watch his situation throughout the night and see how Garrett handles that 17 car. We also saw Trevor Culver taking a walk with Joe Lawrence, last year's champion, earlier today on the track. As we got here set up early and they were walking around talking about entry points, just good to see two of the best working on their deal, and neat to see them helping each other out here, Adam, as we get set to go with the lineup down here for the Quick Super Stocks.
Before we do the lineup for the Super Stocks, how do you dislocate your shoulder driving a race car, like without crashing?
That's a good question. We'll try and get in there with Garrett and get a word with him in just a moment.
You've done it eating a cheeseburger, I'm pretty sure.
Have you seen the cheeseburgers I eat?
Getting ready to announce the starting lineup for tonight's Saugeen Shores Transmission 50 for the Quick Firestarter Super Stock Series.
Race fans, here's how they're going to roll off on the outside of row number 12. From Durham, the Struck Energy Systems Elevated Workplace Safety number 71 is Corey McAllister. On the inside of the 12th row from Barrie, the North Country Property Maintenance, Freddy's Damn Good Fries, number 83, Johnny Morrison.
Starting in 22nd out of Acton, Ontario, in the Stewart's Equipment car number 56S, it's Brennan McFerrin. And alongside in row 11 from Bolton, Ontario, in car number 6, it's Mike Weeda.
To row number 10 we go. On the outside from Aylmer, the Douglas Windows and Door APC Auto Parts Center, number 28, Ryan Dyson. And on the inside of the 10th row from Kincardine, the Bester Forest Products Ford, number 33, Roy Wilkie.
Starting 18th Out of Lucan, Ontario, in the Inventory Express Lubricants, Carter Trucking Chevrolet, car number 1, Trevor Culver. And to the inside of row number 9. Out of Allenford, Ontario, the Elmer's Flighting Supply, Ron Pringle Electric, car number 30, Todd Davenport.
Starting 16th on the outside of row number 8 from Mount Hope, the Queenston Chevrolet Graphic Marketing Solutions number 93, Carson Nagy. And on the inside of row 8 from Barrie, the Hambley Construction Auto Trim number 49, Frank Davey.
Starting in 14th out of Cambridge, Ontario, driving the London Recreational Racing Grey Bar Canada Chevrolet number 12, Justin Collison. And going from 13th, the current point leader from Windsor, Ontario, driving the Iron Mike Industries Reed Farms number 03 Chevrolet, Ray Morneau Jr.
Starting in the 12th spot from Port Elgin, the Mowbray's Canadian Tire K&K Lawn Care number 8, Jason Parker. And starting 11th from St. Thomas, the APC Auto Parts Center's Radar Auto Parts 07, Nick Ramsey.
Starting in 10th from Port Hope, Ontario, driving the Cortiche Septic, Peterborough City Dairy, number 21 Chevrolet Marley Owen. And starting in 9th from Grafton, in the 08, it's Paul Boundy.
Starting 8th from Stainer, the Nisco National Leasing GD Coach Superstore number 48, the Bully, Dwayne Baker. Starting 7th, the most recent winner on the tour from Newmarket, the Wayfreight Line-X Newmarket Ford number 17, Garrett Deemersma.
Starting 6th out of Barrie, Ontario, driving the Lefroy Plumbing, Lindbray Farms, number 11 Chevrolet, it's Ethan Constable. And starting in 5th out of Brampton in the Bester Forest Products, number 36 Ford, Lane Zardo.
Starting 4th from North Bay, the Humberview Auto Parts, the HumberviewParts.ca Action Utility Trailers number 29, Paul Pepper. And rolling off 3rd from St. Thomas, the VP Specialized Carriers Pro Waste Solutions number 7, Pete Vanderweest.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, your front row for the Saugeen Shores Transmission 50. Starting 2nd out of Hamilton, Ontario, in the Alexander Glassendor Chevrolet, number 73, Nick Trobeck. And starting from the pole aboard car number 10C, Dennis Sabolsky.
Well, Dennis, we got you here tonight. You got a long way to go, 50 laps. Can you get it done from the front row tonight?
I'm going to give it my all for sure. It's been a few years since I've been back here, but we're starting a good spot anyway. Yep.
Good luck. Sabolsky thinks he might have something for him, guys. Turn it back to you.
Well, he's got the best seat in the house for the start of this race, firing off from the pole position, but he has got a hungry pack behind him. Let's pack in another quick break, as we'll be back as these drivers strap in for the command to fire the engines.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him if he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at WeatherTech.ca.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they are made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Wick perfected fire. Quick Wick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Wick retailer at quickwick.com.
This GeForce TV broadcast is brought to you by WeatherTech Custom Cut Floor Mats and Vehicle Accessories. Visit them online at weathertech.ca. Pinty's, making great food fun. Back live at Sunset Speedway in Innisfil, Ontario for the APC Series on GeForce TV. Up first, it'll be the Quick Wick Firestarter Super Stock Series. You see them lined up here on the front straightaway. Drivers strapped in, and I think we're about to send it down trackside where we'll get things fired up.
All right, race fans here at Sunset Speedway, are you ready for the Quick Wick Super Stocks? Let me hear you make some noise if you're with us on a Saturday night. Well, the drivers are ready, and we need your help for those most famous words in racing. On the count of three, we want to hear you do it. All right, help us out now. 3, 2, 1, let's hear ya. All right, good job. The Super Stocks fire here trackside. We're ready to go for 50, boys.
There's just something about them firing the cars right here on the front stretch, all at once in front of us, instead of rolling out onto the track. What a way to start this one. Round number 4 of 5.
And before we go green, I just got a little housekeeping here at the Speedway. I have a white Austin Mini Cooper. I've got a white Mini Cooper, BZA K185. You need to move, as well as a Chevy pickup, a gray Chevy pickup, AH 57284. If you do not move, B&B Towing will move it for you. So a white Mini Cooper, a BZ HK185, and a Chevy pickup AH57284. You're blocking people in. We need you to move immediately. If not, B&B Towing will remove you for us.
Everything looking good on the front straightaway. No flurry of activity around any car. That's always a good sign. That's what we like to see. Sounds like they've all fired and come to life, and they were about to pull away behind the pace truck. And we're going to have to start the race, Greg, with a Quick Wick Fire It Up, because the last time we watched this series, there was no yellow. There was no restart. They started the green, ran 50 laps, and there we were. So we'll do a Quick Wick Fire It Up to roll things off. For those of you who don't know, the beauty of the Quick Wick Fire It Up is Greg and I stop talking.
You get to enjoy the sights and sounds. For those at home, as we see the field pulling away. Drivers are going to give a wave, I believe, this time by. So, folks, wave back at these drivers as they go by the stand. They're here to put on a show for you. 50 laps the distance. The Saugeen Shores transmission. 50 from Sunset Speedway. Wave your favorite drivers on.
Get up on your feet, Sunset Speedway. Wave these drivers. They're going to be waving back. Getting ready to do battle for 50 laps. Saugeen Shores, once again, a big thank you to Marvin Ellis. Some great prizes on the line 4 transmissions being given away, 1 each to the top 3 finishers, and then there'll be a draw for everyone who finished between 6th in the back of the pack. One of those lucky drivers also going to take home a transmission from Saugeen Shores. If you're wondering how great a prize that is, most of these drivers have transmissions that were built by Saugeen Shores because it's the way to go fast.
And as well, too, $500 bonus on the line for the winner of the Super Stocks, and $500 for the highest finishing non-Sunset Speedway regular here in the Quick Wick Super Stock division. So a little extra incentive courtesy of Brian and Sandra Tonish here at Sunset Speedway here tonight.
Give you all sorts of looks of this one. There's the front stretch cam. We've got a camera now mounted right to the back of the pace truck, so we don't actually have to have our cameraman there. There it is. It's been there throughout the night. Phenomenal shot.
And if you saw the tow truck camera from Humberstone Speedway last night, you realize why we no longer want a person on that camera. For the second time this weekend, I'm going to use the word sketchy, Greg. It was sketchy.
We also have our drone shot, our corner 1 and 2 shot, one of the start-finish line. I think the next one we need is one on Clint's forehead. He gets to see more in racing than most of us will in a lifetime, and he sees it all in one night.
I think he just gets dizzy down there in the infield. We've got a great view. Tyler Gilliland up in the flag stand, ready to wave the green flag. Sean Gibbs, the flagger, given the 1 to go signal. Then he will back out of the way. Let Tyler step up and fire this feature off.
50 laps will be the distance, and we're going to get things kicked off with a Quick Wick fire starter. Fire it up for the Super Stocks.
Zardo to the inside, and that 36 Vanderwees gets squeezed, and he's got a problem.
Sparks coming out of the back end of the 7 machine. I think that may put us under the caution flag as he is too slow to make his way to the pit area.
The left front tire is pointed inward. Oh, a flat right front tire for Vanderwees as he got squeezed there 3 wide.
We saw some smoke out of the right rear side of the 73 and Nick Troback as well, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Ethan Constable had a moment there on that opening lap, getting sideways off of turn number 2. Let's have a look at this replay as they go down into the turn. Zardo aggressively to the inside. I don't think Troback had any idea he was 3 wide to the high side.
Okay, we're going to go to 3, right? How are we doing here? We're going to go to 3? Well, we had Vanderwees go by, didn't we?
Well, guys, we're down here on pit road. Actually, Shea Gemmel's got the jack in hand, going to help out with this Vanderwees flat right front, guys, and you see it there. They're going to go to work here on the right front corner to get this one back for Vanderwees, back in this battle. Tough break, but it had to come at the time. First lap might be the best time to get it in. Got a lot of time to come from the back.
That is many pumps on that jack to get the right side up off the air. And they're not equipped for pit stops. The lug nuts aren't glued to the wheels or fixed to the wheels, so they've got to pick them up wherever they roll, get them back on the car. Plenty of time. How disappointing is it to start a race in 3rd, and at the end of lap 2, you're running 24th?
Well, good job by the crew to get that tire fixed, and he'll have to join the tail end of the field, but still in contention in this one. Just 2 laps completed, so you're going to have it happen. I guess now's the time to do it. You've still got plenty of racing ahead, but a tough field to get through.
You know, I noticed at the very front, people were making pretty bold moves, but from about the 10th spot back, they all looked like they had settled in. I kind of had one eye on Ray Morneau because I wanted to watch how he was going to tackle the opening laps. They were giving each other lots of room. It looked like nobody was in a big hurry there, knowing there's nowhere to go just yet.
I think a lot of these guys at the front, they want to get out there. They want to be able to control the pace. They feel if they're in front, they can decide when it's time to go, how much tire they're going to use, and that's what they want. So they're trying to get there as fast as they can, and contact's going to become the name of the game, even though there's two lanes of racing here. But when you're starting side by side, there's not a lot of room to work.
Pete Vanderwees back on pit lane.
Yeah, headed down there, guys. They're looking for something under the right front. I got to think it's a brake duct issue on this car. They were yelling to take care of it, but Vanderwees might have seen something or felt something or heard something in the car there. All the brake ducts look intact. The engine is still running here, and they're going to work on the right side a little bit more. Gemmel actually right under this car, and we'll try and see if we can figure out what they're messing with. Yeah, he's got a broken, looks like sway bar arm here underneath the car.
Yeah, and that's a big problem, Clinton. Sway bar is so important to the setup of these race cars, and my goodness, I hope we see a jack stand down there somewhere.
Joe Lawrence in there as well.
Well, they're bringing in a second jack anyways, Adam. And they'll put that right by Shea Gemmel's head, and you can see they've got big hammers in here, and they're trying to work at a couple of VFHs, as you called it last week, Adam, trying to knock that sway bar back into position.
And these are a rugged race car. A super stock is more durable than a late model, I think, in that sense. Some heavier components, but still, when things get knocked out of place.
And now Daryl Timmermans, the tech director for the APC and Quick Series, just said, hey boys, get some stands under here. And here they come around, Adam. So,
and that's, Clinton, we've got to continue to call people out on this, because that's the first thing that should go under these race cars. There's nobody who has ever operated a jack more than 3 times and hasn't seen a jack fail.
That's, you're not wrong, or engine just slips out. The other thing that, we got to watch, I mean, we've talked about this before. My dad used to say many times, you're way more apt to get hurt in the pits than I am in the car. Quickly, they will scatter here as the green flag comes out. They're going to drop the 7, put the hood pins in, and he's going to try to avoid losing the lap, guys.
Back under the green flag, Sabolsky, your leader, but here comes Lane Zardo, and now we're back under the caution flag, so that will play into the favor of Pete Vanderwees.
Shay, what's the story here? We saw you jumping in there to help Pete out. Was it a sway bar link? What's gone wrong under the right front?
That accident there, sway bar on the right-hand side, the mount that they had, when you got pushed up there, bent it out, it popped out. So us and the boys, bend her back out, and you should be all right.
You got a 100 lapper coming up. You going to be all right?
Family and friends mean a lot more than racing, so that's what you do, help people out.
Good job, Shay. Shay Gemmel in there, guys, giving us the story.
Nice job, Clinton Jeffrey, right in the thick of things down there. So sorting out the race order right now. And I think we've mentioned this a few times. There was a time when all the scoring was done manually. And if you had a problem with where you were on the racetrack, if you thought you'd been done wrong, you pulled up alongside the car that you're arguing with. And sometimes they'd be 3 wide, sometimes they'd be 4 wide, and that's where they would sort out. In these days, they're almost always single file because they know the scoring is all done with transponders and computers. Once in a while, you'll still see them contest spots, thinking, hey, I should be in a different spot. But by and large, the computer tells the race director where to tell them to go.
Yeah, not able to sneak ahead. There were a few guys back there. They were very good at jumping up and grabbing a spot right as the caution came out, jump a few more cars and slide in line before the race director and scoring staff notice. But nowadays, the moment the caution comes out, we revert back to the last lap. It's all with the press of a button, and you're locked in, and we know exactly where you need to be.
We've had some complaints. I've heard it from drivers and fans and crew members. They don't like doubling up on the one to go. They say it causes problems. But fellas, I think when all the drivers know what's going on and there's not games being played at the front of the field, It can be done. It's achievable, but we're still going to take a lap and a half to do that. We'll get the 1 to go signal this time.
I'll be honest. I don't put my opinion out there very often. I prefer this because the last few weeks it was a lot of drivers trying to catch up, and the rate of speed they're catching the back of the pack. It was tough, and I agree with you though, Adam. It can be done if we figure it out at the front of the field.
That's right. The front row has to not jack things up.
Yeah.
Dennis Sabolsky on the inside, Nick Troback on the high side. We're headed back for green.
Sean Gibbs displays the green flag, and off they go into corner number 1. And Sabolsky goes up the track. Troback on his outside. Zardo looked low, riding back there in that 3rd spot. Remember, the quickest car this afternoon in practice.
Well, in our last race at Flamborough Speedway, Zardo tailed the Garrett Teamersman number 17 lap after lap after lap, and that's how it wound up. Teamersman 1 spot ahead of Lane Zardo. He's hoping to get out ahead of this one and be the rabbit for a change.
The 3-car battle at the front. Sabolsky and Troback door to door as they roll through 1 and 2. Zardo takes another look on the low side. He'll tuck back in line going into 3.
I think Lane Zardo will need something to go really wrong on that front row, the 2 battling side by side. But he's in position, should anything happen, to fire up the bottom.
Off corner number 4, they'll roll another time. This time by, it will be 44 laps left to go. So we got 2 spun out on the backstretch. I think Roy Wilkie actually caught the backstretch wall. Mike Weeda is back there as well in the 6. Right front damage on the 6 of Weeda.
Yeah, he's torn up on the right front there. Brendan, how does this differ from a regular Saturday night Superstock here? Actually, let's have a look at this replay first, and then we'll... Yeesh. That was a tough lick for the Mike Weeda number 6. Roy Wilkie driving away. So how does this differ from what we'd see on a Saturday night?
I mean, a Saturday night, it's 30 laps. It's go time. There's not a lot of time, and especially the way it's been this year, Lane Zardo, when he's here on a normal night with the Superstocks, dominant. He gets out in front and he gets away. So it's a lot of guys trying to get to the front as fast as they can. Here's 50 laps. You got a little more time to work. You can think it through. And wow, Weeda with a big impact down the back straightaway there.
Well, and we're seeing it right here with Lane Zardo. He is clearly faster than the 2 cars ahead of him. Not quite ready to go 3 wide. And when you go 3 wide, whatever happens next is your fault. Right? And it's kind of an unwritten rule, a gentleman's agreement, that you don't do it in short track racing. But when the time comes and the money's on the line, you're going to do what you have to do. I dare say on lap 5 of a 50-lap race, it's not that time just yet.
No, it's let the patience set in, try to find a rhythm, see what your car's got. I mean, you really want to, as much as you practice this afternoon, you've now put on tires, you've changed tires, you've qualified. Let's see what you got on a longer run, more than 5 laps that you qualified on, and we haven't even got into a rhythm yet to even start to feel out what these drivers are going to feel behind the wheel of their cars and what they've got for the remainder of this race.
Well, Mike, certainly not the way you wanted your night to end. Tell us about how this one felt down the back straight. Couldn't have been good.
I don't know what happened. I just know I got clipped on the rear, and then the car just started going towards the wall. So, unfortunately, it's a bad night for us, but hopefully we'll be back for Delaware and do it again.
Tough start. 5 laps in, guys. He's got problems and fluid leaking out here. Ryan, you can see that little bit of fluid leaking out under the left front here of the car. We'll get a good look at it once they lift it up.
Quite often you see drivers get out of the car because they want to survey the damage. But when you know it's been such a hard hit that your night is over, you just stay in the race car. I don't think Mike Weeda is in any hurry to climb out of that thing and look around.
No, he knew he was signaling right away that he needed the B&B towing hook, and he wasn't going to drive that off the racetrack. And hate to see that the family-run team, Mike and his father Rudy, along with Steve Slaughter Jr., they got Skippy down there tonight working on the car, the Mikey Network 10-spin limited, Jack Reedy limited, number 6 machine. They missed last week at Flamborough after running the first 2 races at Delaware and Peterborough. Weren't able to make Flamborough last week. And a former feature winner here at Sunset a few years ago in our weekly Super Stocks. And They were looking for a good homecoming here tonight. Unfortunately, they're going to end it early here on lap number 5.
Well, guys, you see the left front all tore up here on this Guida car, and as Ryan, get a look at it right here against the wall. You can see it is all sticking out the right front. So yeah, he's definitely got problems here, guys. And it didn't look too bad from the left side, but you can really see it from the right. He's tore up pretty good.
Yeah, Clint, when you see the replay, he caught the wall at a terrible angle. There's not many great angles to hit the wall with, but the sharper the turn into the wall, like he says, he just got hooked from the right rear, because you'll see a car get real loose, and that is not Guida. But the chain reaction on that first car getting loose is what sent the car into the number 6 of Guida. Just an innocent bystander driving down the backstretch, and all of a sudden, you're in the wall.
I almost wonder if it was Roy Wilkie that got sideways as he worked off a corner 2, came down into Guida, and that contact sent Wilkie the other way into the wall as well. So
I almost think it might have been a different black car, either McFerrin in the 56 or Johnny Morrison.
See, Roy Wilkie's already sideways down into Guida. And
no, I think that's a different car. I think it was the car behind Roy Wilkie.
Is that Guida there? See, that's where we need the telestrator.
I think it's that car right there that's just now wheeling around. I think it might have been McFerrin.
I think it's so indefinitive that we can argue this till the end of time.
And we've got so many things that we can argue about. We'll just move on to the next.
I see what you're saying, though. There was that other car down on the inside line, so I'll concede. It's possible. It's plausible.
Unfortunately for Guida, the end result's still the same.
Yeah.
The replay shows the same ending every time.
Not his doing, but he got the unlucky ending there. So really, guys, at the front of this field, the top 3 rows haven't changed. What we are seeing further back in the running, and we'll let you guys, the audience, decide on their own as we see another replay.
I see what you see. Yep, there. I see what you're saying there.
Either Roy Wilkie's car is 20 feet long, or it was the car behind him. But
I'll give that one to you, Adam.
That's
the one and only for the rest of the year.
I don't need to be right every time, but yes, I do. Yeah.
Who are you kidding? Good job, Spencer. Zooming that in for us. Again, for those watching here in person, you can go to YouTube, GeForce TV, look us up, GeForceTV.net. You can watch those replays from your smartphone.
That's great. There's a time delay. I did that out at Delaware to start the year, so I was sitting up on the hill, and anytime anything happened, pull my phone out, pull it up, and I was right on it. So you got about a minute or so delay from live to the YouTube feed. So.
And the best part is you can mute Adam and I out.
Yep.
It's excellent.
No sound required. All right, let's do this again. Dennis Sabolsky, Nick Troback. The first lap on a restart has been the best opportunity for Lane Zardo to try to make a move. Does he try, or does he wait it out? We're about to find out, Greg.
Here we go. Back to the green flag. Sabolsky, Troback, door-to-door, will bring it down to Sean Gibbs, and he'll drop the green. Back on it, down at 1 and 2. Lane Zardo, like you said, he looks down low. Sabolsky always goes up that lane in corner 2. He really opened it for Zardo that time.
Oh, wow. That was very polite of Zardo to back out of that, because he drove it in and then politely kept it on the bottom, backed out of harm's way. Troback trying to close the door on Garrett Temersman. Temersman having none of it.
Good side-by-side action amongst the top 6 right now. Zardo patiently trying to get by Dennis Sabolsky in the 10C. At the line, though, the 10C leads a lap. Zardo's got a good run through 1 and 2. Smoke again coming out of the right rear of Nick Troback. We saw that in the original green flag.
And Troback gave a good shove to the 17 of Garrett Temersman going into the corner. Gets that spot back.
Troback and Temersma still door-to-door, working back there in the 4th and 5th spots. Temersma edges ahead just a little bit in corner number 3 as Lane Zardo will lead the lap, 41 to go.
Up on that high side, able to keep a little more momentum as Temersma's got Paul Pepper right behind. Troback again, not shy to use that front bumper, lightening up the Temersma 17 just a little bit. Right behind them, Ethan Constable in the 11 and Paul Pepper in the 29.
There's that battle there with Temersma. Troback, Pepper in the mix. Ethan Constable also there with Paul Boundy.
A little deeper in the field, looking at our points leader, Ray Morneau in the 0-3. He is mired in traffic deep in the field. Dwayne Baker second in points. Where's Dwayne running? Up there in the third spot, closing in on Dennis Sabolsky.
Yeah, Dwayne's really quiet right now, settled into that third spot while all this is going on behind him. Troback and Teamersma still door to door. They've been at it now for the last handful of laps. Troback on the bottom, Teamersma on the outside.
Troback's car is just not handling well. Like, he is muscling that car around the racetrack, under braking, really manhandling the car into the turn. One goes around, Garrett Teamersma gathers it up, spins the wrong way against the wall. I don't think there will be a lot of damage to the 17 car there. At least one flat tire, however.
Yeah, left rear gone on the way, freight number 17. Jason Parker and Marley Owen also collected in that one.
Well, guys, we talked about Garrett Teamersma throwing out the shoulder in practice. He said it's been an injury that he's had from work. Oh, boy. It was a problem they had from work as he backs down in front of Troback. And Teamersma says it's just something they popped in and out a few times. Carson Nagy down here against the wall as well. We'll get a look at his car. He's the one not moving just yet as we work our way right down to the scene, guys.
And there's activity on pit road. Ryan Dyson on pit road. And Clint, I'm sure you're going to want to head in to the 17 Machines pit, one of our points contenders, although everybody is, as Clint's there having a look at Carson Nagy's number 93. Is he waiting for a hook, Clint, or waiting for a push?
Must be a push, guys. The geometry looks all right in the front end here for the 93, but Nagy puts the window net down and is taking the wheel off. That's not a good sign for the 93 transaxle team here.
We have a look at the replay. Yeah, contact between Teamersma and Paul Pepper. And with a flat left rear tire, made it hard to control that race car as Carson Nagy climbing out of that 93 machine.
And taking a look at the situation here, all the geometry looks good. Adam, we'll wait for him to get the helmet off. We'll jump in and get a quick word with Carson. Carson, it looks like all the tires are up and pointing in the right direction. What's the story with the 93 car?
Yeah, just as soon as I stopped, the water temp just kept rising and rising. I think it might have poked a hole in the rad there. Just crappy deal.
Carson Nagy going to be a bit safer than sorry here, guys. If he does have a hole in the rad, certainly doesn't want to cook up that new 602.
Well, you'll find out pretty quickly if there's a hole in it, because there'll be steam in a puddle.
See Garrett Teamersma and Ryan Dyson on pit road right now, and to what you said, Adam, not a lot of heavy contact for Garrett.
Looks like a black flag was just displayed to the 29 of Paul Pepper, which I'm not sure what that means.
Well, we put the black flag away, so I assume they were just trying to get him to go to the rear of the field as an involved car, because they're not keeping it out to black flag him again when he comes by.
Well, that's the thing. If you're just calling him an involved car, sending him to the back, normally that's what they do over the one-way radio, is send him to the back. Let's see what they do to the 29 as he comes around. Garrett Teamersma back on his way. Clinton, what's going on?
Yeah, they made that change quickly. The 17 of Teamersma, he will make his return. Doesn't seem like any other issues on that car. We've documented the trouble Ryan Dyson's had for the past couple of weeks now. Had a brutal wreck at Delaware 2 Fridays ago. Still fighting issues. Last week they came to the race, thought they had it covered, had a distributor problem. Still got some issues here on this car. And Ryan and I need some new lungs. Woo!
Or a golf cart.
Ryan and I are going for our winter trim. Trying to slim down a bit for Christmas.
The Carson Nagy number 93 being hauled back to the pits. We have a good look at the front end of that number 36 Ford Bester Forest Products sponsored entry of Lane Zardo.
Adam, I got the Dyson crew here. We know you guys have had a couple of tough weeks. What's the situation here in Ryan's car?
Oh, we just got a little temperature issue. We just brought it in to cool it down on the yellows. So once that's all over and done with, we can get the temps down and get right back out. Actually, it was perfect timing for us. This caution was perfect timing.
Not often you see them pull the hood up as strategy, Adam, trying to keep this car cool. You heard it here from the crew.
It surprises me just because the ambient temperature is so cool tonight compared to midsummer when we've been out here. That's a headache for Ryan Dyson and the rest of that team.
And that's not usually an easy issue to chase because it could be any number of things. It could be you're not getting enough air to the engine, or it could be there could be airlock somewhere in the engine that you think you've got out, but it's very hard to tell. And obviously chasing it here again tonight, as you mentioned, probably damage from the wreck a few weeks ago at Delaware, and still trying to chase those gremlins.
Can also be a bad gauge, right? It's crazy the things that can happen with these race cars. The best signal, the best indicator, and Clinton, if you can get Ryan to point the camera, does he have a dummy hose on that car that'll spray the water up the windshield when it's overheating?
I don't see any down here, Adam. No.
It's right at the base of the windshield on the right-hand side is usually where it will be. So when it starts pushing water, and you see it in NASCAR cars all the time, they're like geysers at the end of a race. It gives the driver an idea, okay, I really do have a problem.
Well, they're not firing this car, and we're going green, Adam, so that must mean something's up. And now Dyson just kind of throws his arms in the air. They are going to try and fire it up and send him back out to the tail end of the field. Car will not fire here for him, though, Adam. That's a problem.
It's been a character-building year for Ryan Dyson. They're going to try to give him a push, but it's going to take more than one or two crew members to bump start that number 28. Here they go. Heading to the green out of turn number 4. Zardo on the inside, Sabolsky on the outside, and Ryan Dyson still stuck on pit road.
Green flag comes back out. Lane Zardo controlling this one from the inside line. He'll get by Dennis Sabolsky and set sail down the backstretch. It's Dwayne Baker following suit on that bottom line to the inside of the 10C.
And Nick Troback, he made his way to the bottom of the racetrack just as soon as he could. Bottled things up behind him, but the 73, whoa, Paul Bounty, all kinds of loose into turn number 1. He might have a tire down.
Yeah, he's slow off of corner number 2 and coasting down the backstretch. He'll head down to pit lane.
It actually looks like a broken suspension. The back of that car is sitting very low.
Dwayne Baker has settled himself into the second spot over Sabolsky. Troback right now riding in 4th, and Ethan Constable on his back bumper.
Yeah, Constable looking for a way to get around that 73 machine. Deep in the field, Garrett Teemersma, he's bottled up there too wide in front of him for a long way, but he moves to the inside, going to try to follow Marley Owen in that 21 machine as they work up to the inside of Corey McAllister in the 71.
There's that battle between Ramsey, Collison, Davenport, Frank Davey in the mix as well. All around that 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th.
And this is as good as wow, what a move by Davenport to get to the inside of Ramsey. Ramsey closed the door, and Davenport leaves his front bumper there just to lighten him up a little bit. This is as well as we've seen Brandon McFerrin run today.
Yeah, he's right there in the thick of this one, and that Stewart's Equipment number 56 as he works it behind Nick Ramsey. He's got Frank Davey down to his inside, and look who's in the thick of this one, Pete Vanderwees, with all the problems he had earlier on. Shea Gemmel's right, that car's okay now.
Yeah, he's right up on the back end of Davey. Behind him, it's Ray Morneau in the 03. Morneau not having a banner day out there, but if he can keep the car out of trouble as Vanderwees gets into the back of Davey. Contact in the corner sends both cars sideways.
That's what you call throwing it into the corner. It was sideways through corner number 1. We watch Nick Ramsey ahead of Brandon McFerrin. Frank Davey, Pete Vanderwees takes another look to the inside of the 49.
He's got a nose to the bottom. I don't think he's going to let Frank Davey get down there this time. Davey runs a quick turn, though, in that 49, so Vanderwees going to have to reload and try again. Out in front, it is all Lane Zardo, so we're trying to keep you on the best battles on the racetrack.
Here's Vanderwees now to the inside of Frank Davey as they roll it through the corner. Davey goes way up the track. Morneau now looks to the inside along with Garrett Tiemersma.
Tiemersma in a hurry to get back to the front. They are running almost half a lap behind our race leaders. Whoa, trouble on the backstretch. I don't know what happened to Marley Owen there. Everyone just about stopped. They all get going again, but they've lost a lot of ground to the pack.
Corey McAllister very slow in the 71. That will bring out the caution flag as he limps down in corner number 4 and comes to a stop. The 28 laps left to go, 22 complete here in the Saugeen Shores Transmissions 50 for the Quick Firestarter Super Stock Series.
We'll have a look at this replay, and I think we're going to see what caused everyone to drop anchor up there. Nice save by Marley Owen.
Big time. That was a handful and a half.
Corey McAllister with the right front down on that 71 slowly works his way around the racetrack. He'll want to get into the attention of his crew. Meanwhile, the crew's still chatting with Ryan Dyson, that number 28. That's the McAllister 71. They're ready. Tire in hand, flashlight in hand. The jack is out there. All they need is a race car to work on.
And that's going to help Clint and Jeffrey. They didn't have to travel far from Ryan Dyson. They're coming right to you, Clint.
Thank goodness. They wheel it in here, and they'll go to work on this 71 car. Same issue as Van der Weest had earlier on, but they are possibly going to pull the hood pins on this car. That could be two things. Either temperature issues, which we don't suspect, or something in the right front suspension that they want to check. Could be brake hoses, could be sway bars, could be anything, or it could be a big adjustment here as they're reaching in here to make what looks like an adjustment on the right front.
Probably a sway bar adjustment, Clint.
Yeah, it is, Adam. A right front sway bar adjustment here on the 71, as we've got another one coming in here. The 21 car, Marley, will pull in right beside us here, and we'll watch how they work on her machine as they finish up the work here on the 71.
And they just put one turn into the right front sway bar. He cranked on the ratchet 4 times, about a quarter turn each.
So they're checking on different things. We're going to get a push in here for Ryan Dyson at this time too. And we got a traffic jam down here as the 8 works his way in. Parker trying to get his way around the 21, the push truck, the Dyson machine, and the McAllister 71. Lots of action here in the turn 1 end pit road.
We'll see if the 28 of Ryan Dyson takes fire, and it does. Corey McAllister wheels out around the number 21 of Marley Owen.
No problems on the Owen 21 here. Hood crinkled up a bit, but no problems. That car will make its way back to the surface.
I'd like to have another look at the save by Marley Owen. That was all the way sideways off of corner number 2 and then back the other way.
Yeah, the big thing is that Marley didn't overcorrect and stuff it into the outside wall. I mean, that's a hard maneuver to pull off.
It's like, okay, here we go. Off of corner number 2, sideways. I got it. No, I don't got it. Yep.
That is all the way side. That's not a little bit loose. That is.
And you almost wonder if just that little bit of contact that McAllister cut the right front tire, and he had no control. He was going up into the 21 of Owen, and she was just along for the ride. A good one it was at the end. She held on to it and kept it going the right direction.
It does shuffle up the field. At 17 of Garrett Tiemersma a little bit closer to the front. Ray Morneau, our points leader, we followed his progress, which really wasn't going forward, but he's kept the nose clean on that 0-3. I mean, there's cars that have had problems that have already gotten back out and passed him, like the 7 of Pete Van der Weest. And Brandon McFerrin quietly having a good run up into the 9th spot in that 56 car.
Clayton Zardo, Dwayne Baker bring us back to the green. Let's do another quick fire starter. Fire it up.
That didn't last. Frank Davey in the 49, and that was a brutal checkup out there. I would like to see if we can watch that whole restart, Spencer, from the time the truck pulled off the racetrack right up until the drivers fired. Because after that truck pulled off, and this is what we've been seeing in the APC late model series, that I think drivers are going to get tired of. Let's have a look from the drone. Spencer, I'm not sure if it's just our feed or the whole feed, but it went black for the entire duration of that replay. So I'm not sure if you can show that again or if it was a black screen. No, we've got the picture now. It disappeared for about 10 seconds. It disappeared right at the point where the pace truck pulled off, and
it's doing it again now. So our monitor continues to go in and out.
Intermittent blink. It was only blinking for about a second earlier, but this is a bit more of an inconvenience as it flips out. Let's watch this again. There's no reason. So what's going on here is drivers deep in the field trying to anticipate the leader. Lane Zardo sets the pace. So he wasn't playing games that I can see. Nothing blatant.
So the one thing I would say is normally at Sunset we have the restart zone up in turn number 4. And that's where probably 85% of these drivers are used to getting on the gas when they run here regularly all year. Now they have to wait for the restart cones, which are a quarter of the way down the front straightaway coming towards the start-finish line. So a lot of these drivers are anticipating that the front of the field is going to be on the gas by the time they come out of the restart zone out of turn number 4, like a normal Sunset event.
Right.
But this is under APC sanctioning and United Racing Series sanctioning, and the restart zone is right on the front straightaway.
We'll try this again with a quick fire it up. We're about to go green here at Sunset.
Zardo, Dwayne Baker, 1 and 2 coming to the cross flags from starter Sean Gibbs. And then it's side by side with the drivers that were on the front row. The drop of the green flag, Sabolsky and Troback. They've got Ethan Constable stacked up behind them.
They're doing a nice job out there. Sabolsky and Troback. Trouble on the back chute. Paul Boundy, who had troubles earlier on, gets off the racetrack. He gets back onto the black part of the track, and he's going to carry on.
Lane Zardo leading the way in that Bester Forth Products Ford as they work across the stripe and complete lap number 27. Single file now back to the 6th and 7th spot. Todd Davenport and Justin Collison door to door.
Justin Collison's been stuck up on the outside, but he's doing a nice job. He hasn't been fighting to get to the bottom. He's just driving that car as hard as he can in the high groove to try to maintain position. Brandon McFerrin is just too close to the Davenport number 30 for Collison to be able to get down, but maybe right here he can get to the bottom of the racetrack. So nice job by Justin Collison in that 12.
Approaching lap number 30. Next time by the stripe for Lane Zardo. In that number 36, over the bully, Dwayne Baker. Nick Troback running in third. Then it's Sabolsky and Constable right now in fifth. You've got to go all the way back to Garrett Teemersma racing side by side with Nick Ramsey. He clears Ramsey, and he's on a march back towards the front, Adam.
He sure is. I mean, he drove that car into turn 3 with authority. He's got a fast race car underneath him. Pete Vanderwees to the inside of Brandon McFerrin. He fell back in line, but that little bit of battling allowed Garrett Teemersma to close in the 5 car lengths that he was behind. He's now right up on the rear deck lid of the 7 of Pete Vanderwees.
Here comes McFerrin now to the inside of Justin Collis in the London Recreational Racing 12 machine up on the high side of the racetrack. The Energy Byproducts 56S of McFerrin down on the bottom. McFerrin sideways down into turn number 1, has to chase that car. That's going to allow Collis to get away. And here comes Garrett Tamierson with a move to the inside of Vanderwees, and the door slam down the back straightaway to keep McFerrin up on the high side and try to take that position away from Brandon McFerrin.
That worked out well for the Way Freight 17, didn't it?
Sometimes the seas part and it's just your turn.
Across the line, 34 on the board. 4 lanes Zarda with Dwayne Baker giving chase. Nick Troback in the 3rd spot. Sabolsky riding behind him. Constable now feeling some pressure from the 30 of Todd Davenport.
Contact there between Brandon McFerrin and the 56. Pete Vanderwees in the 7. They gather it up and keep on going, but they've lost a lot of ground. Davenport to the inside of Constable. They race through 1 and 2. Side by side now down the back straightaway. We are 15 laps from the end.
Zarda out in front over Baker, Troback, Sabolsky side by side between Constable and Davenport. That's the battle to watch, and they've got Tamiersma right behind them, and that Way Freight number 17 still charging towards the front, putting on an impressive showing.
Yeah, the only side-by-side battle really on the track, although at the very back there is, but they've been going at it lap after lap, door to door. I don't think Garrett Tamiersma is going to be willing to wait very long. He is going to push the issue here as we are 12 laps to go.
Contact between Constable and Davenport. Davenport trying to get that 5th spot to lead him back to straight that time of the line. Tamiersma right behind him, trying to see what lane's going to go. A great side-by-side battle. The Everest Lightning Supply number 30 machine down on the bottom. Seems to have a great long-run car. Constable doing good up on the high side, trying to hold on to the position.
And this was a long time coming. Brandon McFerrin. Contact with the 7 of Pete Vanderweest. That was a long, lazy spin.
Let's watch Vanderweest here.
Hang on, Trevor. Did you see it? I watched it. Real fine.
He's going to pull into the pit area.
Yeah, I thought he might have been looking for Brandon McFerrin, the pace he was running, but he did not get there. Let's see if we had a camera pointing in that direction as Pete Vanderwees comes down to the attention of his crew. Right behind him is Paul Boundy. We'll have another look here.
07. 50, get 56 out of there.
You know, a little bit more context would always be good because Brandon McFerrin was going the wrong way. Like, look at the direction his car was pointed. Look at all these cars. They're pointed down the front straightaway. McFerrin's headed for an ice cream.
Just as he comes into frame, it looks like the front end jumps, so he might have caught the curb, and that might have sent him up into Vanderwees chasing the car.
And the beauty is, as Trevor Culver heads down into the pits, for the most part, officials don't have to judge intent. They can say the 56, whether you hit the curb, whether you drove up the track, there was contact there, you're going to go back just like the 7 car is.
You put it best, Adam. You always say you're in control of your own front bumper, so you pay the consequence of what happens with it, and I think that's maybe the case, like you said, Brendan, where he could have hopped the curb there, and not intentional, but unfortunately got to pay the price.
Guys, Trevor Culver, crew working here. They're going to do a left rear tire pressure adjustment, possibly do some work here on the left front as well, and looks like they are going to take that left front off, but they don't seem to be in any major hurry here, so we'll watch this one car as they go to work and see what's up with the Culver 1.
Came into tonight 5th place in points. Some of the drivers in the top 10 already having problems tonight. Of course, Trevor Culver in the pits right now. Carson Nagy, we saw his problems earlier on. There's a better look there on that drone shot. What did you see, Brendan?
He sure was down over the curve, so they might have been going for the same piece of real estate. McFerrin had did a little bit of agricultural racing down on the other side of the curb, and when he came back up, he got the receipt I believe he was looking for.
It's tough to drive these cars down in the grass. Well, look again. Look to the right side of your screen. That's where Vanderweest and McFerrin come into picture.
Well, guys, if you can see me down here, this is what Culver did. He had the crew pull out 2 spring rubbers here, and these little adjustments go right in. So they pulled the left front off, pulled these out of the springs. The crew showed him 1. He said no, 2. They pulled 2 out. So that's the adjustment here on the left front for Trevor Culver.
I'm sorry, Adam, were you thinking the same as I? It looks like a piece of cake. Angel food cake.
I actually was not thinking that. What is wrong with me?
You were smiling.
I was smiling because he said he pulled out his rubber.
Sorry, I went the other direction.
Well, guys are struggling to get this left front back on. He's probably going to lose a lap here if they cannot get this one. And the yellow comes back out to save Culver's bacon.
Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what Culver needed right there.
Officials not liking that start, and boy, it went 3 wide deep in the field. I don't know what went wrong back there, but restarts have been a problem tonight.
So I wonder, too, again, that was Baker with the jump, a Sunset regular. I wonder if he was ready to go when they came out of the Sunset restart zone over in turn number 4, and Zardo was playing it safe, waiting for the restart cone and lying down here on the front straightaway.
You know, we have drivers' meetings. They have spotters standing over there with radio communication. Even though drivers' meetings quite often get repetitive and boring, there's always a little something that you should probably be listening to as we have a look at this restart.
And there it is, yeah. Baker went when they came out of the restart zone, right where the second yellow line was off of turn number 4. That's when he got on the gas, and he did try to give it back off of 2, but officials deemed it too little too late.
One to go, I think they're saying right now. So next time by, we'll get back at it here in the Saugeen Shores Transmissions 50. 12 laps left to settle it.
Vanderwees hauls down pit road. He'll be back on the racetrack.
Culver back out. Here we go, back to the green flag. 12 laps left to settle this one. Zardo and Baker bring us back to the green.
Still, you can see Dwayne Baker was just chomping at the bit to get on the gas lane. Zardo keeping things under control at his pace.
They roll off of corner number 4, cross the stripe another time. Zardo ahead of Baker down into corner number 1, and Nick Troback and Dennis Sabolsky have been side by side for much of this race, stacked up 3 wide. There for a moment off of 2. Now problems for Nick Ramsey. Had to dive down low, gets back on track, blended in there in front of Marley Owen.
There's a lot of chain reactions going on through this field, but at the front it's all Lane Zardo. Dwayne Baker trying to keep pace as Todd Davenport continues his battle with Ethan Constable into turn 3.
Now 9 laps left to go for Lane Zardo, and he's controlled this race. You have to think if Dwayne Baker had anything for the leader, it would have been shown there on that last restart. Lane's just been able to be hooked up all night and pull away from the field.
And I think what he had for the leader was a bit of a trick restart there. Make sure he got a bit of a jump, and he wasn't able to make that work.
Oh, Johnny Morrison around in corner number 1. Paul Boundy will go around. Trevor Culver, nice save to avoid hitting the Morrison 83.
Corey McAllister was close as well to 71. I think he had it locked up and sideways and got off the brake to straighten it out just before he clipped the 83 of Morrison. We'll have to see if we got to replay that one. There was a bunch of calamity down the front straightaway.
I was just about to talk about Johnny Morrison and how he was in the top 10, right at the back of the top 10, but a solid run. Marching his way forward.
Doesn't count if you're only thinking about talking well about a driver.
But I didn't curse him. You have to
So
say it out
count.
loud. Paul Boundy going to drive away. Johnny Morrison still resting there in turn number 1 as the pace truck heads on through. We'll have a look at this replay, and you'll have to look right at the bottom of the screen. I think he might have broke the rear end on that race car. Might have locked something up there.
Guys, Brandon McFerrin in with all kinds of left rear damage here on the Stewart's equipment, number 56S. Not major damage as you see, it's just basically fiberglass bodywork that they can fix fairly easy, but the crew running around trying to find what they're looking for. And McFerrin's car looks all right, aside from the body issues.
Well, and like we said, it's elbows up racing. This is not racing for the faint of heart. You've got to get in there. You're going to use some fenders. You're going to use your doors a little bit and hope that everything holds up. And that's what the 56 is showing right now, is just signs that he has been using some fenders.
So looking at the replay, it looked like contact between McFerrin and Morrison was the culprit there. I did see McFerrin pull up alongside Morrison and say something to him, so I don't know if it was an apology or, whatever it was, whatever he was offering as a consolation prize for Morrison as he's going off on the business end of the B&B towing hook.
And I believe Morrison just climbed out of that race car, so we'll be able to see if he was accepting of that message that was delivered or if he wasn't wanting to hear it.
McFerrin will go to work. They will make air pressure adjustments on both the rear tires, right side first, left side second. So those look like to be the only adjustments coming out of the 56S down here. We'll wait and see what happens when they bring this car back to the pits.
Trunk lid coming off of that 83 machine so they can pick it up from the back end. Clint, I'd see if you can wave down Johnny Morrison or have a word with him and see what he's thinking down there. I'd be curious to know if...
Well, we're right here. I was hoping he was going to walk down and cross the pit wall, but we'll see if he takes the ride back with his car or not. They may even just take that right back to the lower pit area as well.
Here's the look at it. Yeah, so McFerrin gets up into the wall and then makes the contact with the 83 of Johnny Morrison, and then the rest ensues.
And we're about to go to a brief red flag period, I think just to allow the safety crew there to clean things up, and they've blocked off a good bit of racetrack up there, getting the Johnny Morrison machine hooked up, so you might as well stop the field over in turn number 3.
Adam, we talked at the start of the night, expect the unexpected, and last week we're at Flamborough Speedway where you expect a night filled with cautions and troubles. We would go green to checker. Here we come to Sunset tonight, expect a fairly clean and quick race, and it's been anything but. Plenty of activity as Clinton Jeffrey now is caught up with Johnny Morrison.
Johnny, we saw Brennan giving you the hand signals. Was that an Amasori? Was that you give him a thumbs up on the way by? What's the story?
I think that's I don't have a brain. I really don't get it. Like, race all these guys to respect, and I've been out all year, had the worst season of my life, and this is the second time the rear end's been torn out of the car, gone through every mechanical problem possible, and it's just, I don't know, just something like that to happen tonight. It's just cherry on the top. I'm done.
We appreciate your time, Johnny. Johnny going to take his Morrison Racing 83 car back to the pits. A dejected drivers, you can see there, Adam, and it was not a thumbs up for McFerrin. It was a, hey, get a brain.
I didn't know there was sign language for I don't have a brain.
I didn't know it was thumbs up either.
Was that the thumb that was up?
Yeah, it was definitely a thumbs up. That's why I thought it was okay.
There you go.
Adam, here you go. One back to you, bro.
Nice.
Get a brain.
There's a different language spoken by race car drivers when they're on the track. You've got the spotters area where people can go and communicate with each other and extend messages, but it's also what you have a front bumper and a back bumper for, and 5 digits on each hand. There's things that you can try to communicate. And it changes as you get to the pits and off the racetrack and after you have 7 or 8 beers. It just depends on what moment you are in the evening as to what kind of communication you're gonna get.
On our live broadcast last night, we seen some action where a car got turned and wrecked really hard. And I think the way you analyzed it, Adam, was perfect. You said, after a few days, the drivers are going to look back on that and think it was probably just a racing deal, but tonight they feel they were hard done by, and I think you're going to find that in most races on most nights. A lot of the drivers will get another look at it, and their opinion can change. I know us as announcers, lots of times we get to watch the replay and think, wow, we called that totally different than we thought we did.
I have never seen a Jersey barrier snapped in half. And we saw that last night by a car hitting it sideways.
Yeah.
It hit it absolutely pancake perfect. Wheels hit it at the exact same time, split it in two. Thankfully, Jay Fontaine was okay. It said, and we not too often we see a wreck like that where we have the builder of the car right in the tower. Todd Gordon happened to be walking by, said it was mainly just cosmetic, and they'll put that back together. But it was certainly a freaky scene. And one thing I want to just mention, when they pulled the car away, there was tons of transmission fluid, and Jack, our young camera guy, says, "That wasn't blood, was it?" And Dale Callan says, "Yeah, the car bled to death, Jack," and walked away.
I noticed the same thing when it pulled away, all the red fluid under the car. But I didn't want to be macabre and talk about it.
Here it is. We're going to watch it from last night. Watch Jason Fontaine, bang, breaks that jersey barrier in half.
And that's just do it again, Spencer, for those who weren't ready. And if you're in the grandstands, you'll have to go home and watch this. But just coming out of the corner, and these two were not playing very nice, but deemed a racing accident, and just what an abrupt stop. And when they pull the car away, it's something to see.
The only thing I can compare that I've seen would have been like a big square cement block, Kawartha Speedway, probably like 2006, 2007 for the Summer Sizzler. One of the late models got spun down the back straightaway and backed into it and just rolled it, like hit it, and the block rolled 2 or 3 times down. They had to get the tow truck to put it back into position, but that's, wow.
That one there is the one that looks like it hurt the most. That angle. Scary sight for Jason Fontaine, but so glad he walked away okay.
Now, Ryan Dyson has the window net down on that 28. Doesn't surprise me that he might need a push start because of the problems he had earlier on. That car died on him. So I wonder if it overheated and died, and he's just thinking, you know what? I've had enough bad luck.
The Dyson team has worked so hard.
Well, his brother's about to walk into the tower. Maybe he can fill it. Battery died on that 28.
And if you're going down pit road and you're constantly turning the car off to cool it down, and you keep doing that cycle, but the battery's not getting another charge, some of these cars, most of them still do run alternators, but they're not putting out a whole lot of capacity because they want the power for the engine itself. So a smaller alternator not putting a lot of power, just enough to kind of run the electronics that are needed to get you through the race.
I used to fight with my family team about that. If you're not making full power out of your battery, you're not going to get full spark power. To me, it always made sense that to run that alternator, make sure you're getting full 14 volts to that HEI distributor, because you get low on it, you're definitely down. So it's that trade-up of a little bit of horsepower being robbed by the belts, turning that alternator versus losing the power and losing voltage to the spark system too. So I don't know. If you're my crew chief, we better have an alternator on that car.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Clinton. Not at all. Because really, you can see the cars get loose under throttle anyhow, so they can't handle all the torque that the engines have. Well, Clinton,
I just looked around. I heard that come through my monitor. Was that from the pits or was that from your side?
No, that's from the pits. Who are people cheering for?
I'm not sure. We're going to have to find out. I looked around, didn't see nobody moving, so we'll try and hunt that one down for you.
By the sounds of it, you may not want to hunt it down. Stay clear.
Reminds me of that scene from 22 Jump Street where Doug was Peter Pan in the play. Someone in the middle of the crowd trying to be discreet, but he wasn't. One to go. Next time by, we will set them loose. 9 laps to settle the score. Garrett Tiemersma, the front-running car of all the cars that have overcome issues. And we've got a problem with Pete Vanderwist in the 7 machine.
Might just be trying to make laps and just stay out of trouble at this point. Back to Green, side by side, down to turn number 1 and 2. Baker with a slight advantage on the high side, down into turn number 3. Zorro trying to fire back down to the bottom side of the racetrack.
Dwayne Baker with the best start he's had this race, really hanging on. Well, he just took the lead at the straight. Dwayne Baker led that lap.
And what a mess behind these two. Troback trying to hold off Constable and Sabolsky, as well as Todd Davenport. the battle for the lead at the line. That time by Zardo leads with 7 laps left to go.
Zardo down low. That car has been darn near perfect for him all race long, but Dwayne Baker is pretty quick as well. So Baker had been running the outside, now will fall back in line to the 36. If he's got anything, it's time to show it.
Yeah, this time by, it'll be 5 laps left to go for Lane Zardo and Dwayne Baker. A good distance back now to Nick Troback and Ethan Constable. Sabolsky gets tagged from Todd Davenport. That will send him down in front of Paul Pepper and put us back under the caution flag, and they're still piling up. Marley Owen involved.
Yeah, it looked like Sabolsky wanted to get going again, but I believe the right front on that 10C pointed in the wrong direction, and Marley Owen might have broken her steering as well. Not sure why she's come to the rest down there on the front stretch. But Dennis Sabolsky was having a good run, maintaining that top 5 spot. They weren't all pretty laps by Dennis Sabolsky and Nick Troback, but they were doing what they needed to do to stay out there in that top 5. Looks like Brandon McFerrin's night is over as well in that 56. Let's have a look at this replay. It looked like Davenport came up off the bottom a little bit as they worked into the turn number 3.
Yeah, Brandon McFerrin got collected in that. That's what will send him pit side. He makes fairly solid contact. I believe it was with Owen.
Well, Sabolsky pulls the car in here. You can see the plastic fender all wrapped under the wheel. They're going to have to do some work on this one. Flat right front, other damage to the nose. They talk with Sabolsky, says, do you want us to fix it, or are we just going to park it? And the crew goes for the jack, and they're going to get to work on this 10C. Trevor Culver back in the pits as well. He's had a rough night too, guys.
Great to see him want to fix that car and get back out there again. He was having a good run. He was fighting hard for position. They'll probably have to pop the rivets off that right front fender and pull the whole thing off.
Well, Adam, if you see right here, you've got the bar pushing into the wheel. That would have cut the right front tire down. They've got other issues here, and now the crew's going to have to do work on that. And as I point to it, they realize this tire's not going to go in place until they get a Porta Power or a BFH and pull that front nose support out there as it's pushing directly into the tire right now.
Now tell the truth, Clint, is that your new favorite term?
It is. I'm overusing it though. We'll have to find. You're gonna have to come up with something else witty for me.
See what I can do.
Don't hurt your head too much.
That's how good our Clinton Jeffrey is. I mean, he's pointing out to the crew what the issues were, and it was.
Now we're gonna have to move back because when that thing pops, they're gonna end up right in our lap.
We got the crowbar in there.
You almost want a Sawzall to cut that bar short by about 3 inches, because I don't know if there's anything that would give you enough leverage to bend that back.
Well, they've got the big bar off the jack, another team's jack, and they're going to try and first they've got to pry the right front off. Now they get it out of the way, and then they're going to have to work on moving those bars back or forward a little bit anyway. So they're going to jam a crowbar in there and try and at least pull it out off the tire. We got some big dudes down here on pit road going at it, Adam.
Welcome to the gun show.
That's bent the crowbar. Sawzall now, and they're doing a good job pulling that out of there. I think they're going to be able to get that right front back on now. Sabolsky sits patiently here as they get out the speed tape and try and put this nose together. And Ryan, come around here and look at this nose. It is not going to be pretty by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, no best appearing car going to be won on this one tonight. Now they're going to saw part of that bar off, Adam.
Yeah, and it's clearly on there securely. What is not secure is all of the duct work. I mean, they're taping up the nose fine, but as soon as he pulls away, he's going to be making non-stop sparks with the ducting that is...
Well, they've also got all this problem here that's going to give them grief, too, on the bottom. So we'll watch here as they continue to try and saws away at the right front body support here. They got a bit of a break here as we're still under yellow.
When you get a chance, have a look at the crowbar laying on the pit wall. I think it took a beating. It's twisted back.
Watch your side. They're going to try and check the clearance on the car and just going to barely make it. They're going to send it, and away it goes. Sabolsky, guys. Not as pretty as it was, but yeah. So here's what he wanted me to see. So this was a straight crowbar. That's no longer a straight crowbar. You guys did a number on that one. Good work, guys. Good work.
That's what a crowbar would look like if we were using one to get a cheeseburger out of Adam's hands.
I was going to say we hit Adam with it.
Everyone's a comedian.
So that was Chris Allard and Storm and Norman Stoddard from Flying Frank Davies' crew. They were jumping in to lend a hand there.
I think that was the most entertaining pit stop we've watched yet in all of our broadcasts. That was a good job by the crew.
You know, the crew does such an amazing job. We're up here just diarrhea of the mouth all night long, but without the crew getting us the looks that they get, we wouldn't be able to do it. And even for the fans in the grandstands, we're able to see inside of things that you wouldn't be able to see from this distance, so we can describe to you sort of what's going on there the best that we can.
6 laps remain in the Saugeen Shores Transmissions 50 here at Sunset Speedway on GeForce TV. Dwayne Baker gave Lane a run for his money on that last restart. It was his best restart of the night, and we'll see what he's got.
If we get a green-white checker finish to this race, it is going to be a problem for Lane Zardo, because Baker can do it for 2 laps. He could run out there and really get an advantage.
What's his nickname again?
The Bully.
Yeah, there you go.
Here we go. Let's do a quick fire it up with 6 laps left to go. Off of corner 4 they work, side by side. Zardo on the bottom, Dwayne Baker on the outside, charges hard into corner number 1. Meanwhile, the back of the pack, point leader Ray Morneau Jr.'s got problems, and that car is headed to the pit area.
Yeah, it's not a flat right front. I don't know if the sway bar broke or what on the 03, so he will try to limp that car around as long as he can. No, he's going to bring it to pit road.
This time by, it'll be 2 laps left to go for Lane Zardo as we have another one around backwards. Corey McAllister on the backstretch facing the wrong way, and we'll be back under the caution flag.
So, Clint, when you get down to the Morneau 03, I think you'll find the right front is up, but possibly the sway bar broke, and it's causing the right front of that car, the frame dragging through the corner, which is what making it push as bad as it is.
Right front looks all right, Adam. I don't see them going anywhere near the sway bar. Just looks like a right front tire change so far. We'll see how they deal with it here.
But the right front they took off is inflated.
It looks like it. Yeah, I didn't get my hands on it yet, but we'll check that out. We'll talk to the crew here in just a minute. What's the story there? Why you bring him in?
He had a right front flat.
It looked like it was up. We were worried it might have been a sway bar, but confirm right front flat. All good. Well, they get it done. They're going to head back up and get her done.
Here's an interesting one that I don't know the full story on. We call him Ray Morneau Jr. His dad is Randy. And his mom isn't Ray.
These are valid questions.
Right?
Very valid.
Uncle, grandfather, how do you not know this, Adam, as far as you know that family?
It hasn't come up really. It did back
It come up enough for you to bring it up today, so you must have been thinking about it.
Well, I was, but when I think of the Morneau family, I think of Dana's desserts. She gives them away at Delaware. They've got a sponsorship deal. I have forbid her from bringing them into the Ross house anymore because those things are like balls of death. Sugary. delicious death.
Now, I heard Connor wanted to be called Connor Ross Jr. so that people wouldn't think you're his dad. So, is that a...
You want to hear a funny story? My kids didn't call me dad. So Devin's my stepson. I met my wife when he was 4, and he was with us full time, so I raised him. He always called me Adam. I'm fine with that. When Connor was old enough to talk, his older brother Devin, 10 years older than him, calls me Adam, so Connor called me Adam. Then one day, Connor's about 6 years old, and Devin's biological father comes over to take him for the day on his birthday. Connor hears Devin call him Dad. He goes to my wife, Angie, "Can I call him Dad too?" Absolutely not. Now they both tend to call me Dad, but at the time, that's where I draw the line. I pay for you, I get the title.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 3 laps left to go, and it sets up exactly what you talked about, Adam, for Dwayne Baker. If he's going to have a shot at this one, he needed a quick restart with not a lot of laps. We'll see if Baker can get it done in that 48 machine.
The thing I've noticed, too, is Baker's given lots of room. He's not trying to pinch Zardo down. He's using lots of racetrack up on the high side. So I'll be curious to see if he maybe this time tries to stay right on the door of Zardo once they get going.
And many thanks to Dana Morneau, who said Uncle is named Ray and Grandpa is named Ray.
There you go.
And I should message Dana back and say, thank you for that. Your desserts are still not welcome in our house. Oh, they're so good. Like, people order them, tons of people in the racing community order them by the tray. I don't know how she sells them, but...
So here we go, 1 to go. Lights are extinguished on the NTN Bearings pace truck. Zardo and Baker going to settle this one at the front of the field. Baker's been getting the advantage up on the high side for a lap or two. We'll see what he can do here with Zardo down on the bottom. NTN Bearings pace truck makes the hard left to pit road. Hopefully the final time here from Saugeen Shores 50 for the Quick Week Super Stock Series. Nice and even side by side off of turn 4 as they come to the restart zone. Green flag back in the air.
I'll tell you, Lane Zardo has really been playing these restarts cool, doing about the same thing each and every time. Dwayne Baker nose to nose with our race leader. They battle through 3 and 4. It'll be 2 to go, this time by.
They work it across the stripe at the line. Zardo leads the lap. Baker hanging on that outside line, door to door behind them with Constable and Troback going for a podium finish.
White flag to fly this time. Lane Zardo has had his way for the last number of laps. Trouble. Oh no, Nick Troback, the other driver who had done such a good job to stay up there in the top 5. Justin Collison, who was having a good run, heavy damage to that London Recreational Racing number 12.
Yeah, looks like the nose has dropped on the Collison 12. We'll see what's up with that machine, but certainly doesn't look right on the left front when he paced by us here.
Yeah, and Collison was down on the inside of Troback. Troback drove him down the racetrack. Collison didn't back out, but he got down into the grass. And Brendan, you've talked to us all night about it. The car just won't turn when it's down there off the inside of the racetrack.
Yeah, Troback had trouble down the back straightaway. I couldn't see who he was battling with. Maybe it was Constable he was battling with, and Constable got away, and Collison tried to fill the position before Troback could come back down, but wasn't quite there when Troback made the entry to turn number 3, and at that point in time, it was game, set, match for the right front on the London Recreational Racing number 12 machine.
Game, set, match. Nice tennis reference when tennis is hot in this country.
Right front down here on the Collison 12C guys, they're having a trouble to get the car up a little bit, get the jack under. Now they do. They will go to work on the right front. The left front didn't look all that great either. It could have just been low because the right was dragging. We'll watch and see how this one rolls away. Dad Brad working the jack here as they get ready to go. Try and get this one back together with just a couple to go here.
Brad Collison, a heck of a racer in his own right. And he was racing at the start of this season, so I'm not sure what went wrong, but they have focused their efforts on the Justin 12 machine. Brendan, do you know what sideline Brad?
I don't. He's been running mostly with the Sportsman Series as well. I know his last start, I believe, was at Delaware a few weeks ago, so I know he didn't finish the race out there, so maybe an engine problem has sidelined him now, but seemingly trying to stay away from competing with Justin, so I think maybe just trying to focus on one car on Saturday nights at Flamborough, and when Brad gets the chance that he's not going to compete against Justin and they can focus on that program, he'll jump back behind the wheel of the one at Recreational Racing 13 machine.
How about Dennis Sabolsky? We watched him in the pits getting all that work done, and I think we'd all kind of written off that they were going to be able to get back out there with things dragging on the track, and he's in the top 10 now after all of this.
Well, guys, we showed you the picture earlier of Joe Lawrence working with Trevor Culver. He's actually spotting for him here in the pit box as we watch the defending APC champion help out one of the Superstock teams tonight.
It's good to have friends in this business. A lot of shared knowledge among these teams. And of course, a lot of these crews are near each other each and every week. So a Delaware Friday night regular is going to be familiar with those around them, and great to see them help each other out.
Here we go. I mean, this is exactly what Dwayne Baker needed. 3 laps might have been too much, but 2 laps might just be what he needs now to get the job done. See if he saved anything on the outside. Zardo going to have to try to get the jump and get clear of Baker as fast as he can. He's going to have 2 laps to try to hold him off. Baker trying to lead him off here into turn number 3. Trying to play the mind games with Zardo as they come to the restart stripe. Zardo on the gas, off the 4 and down the front straightaway. Slight advantage to Zardo down into turn number 1. Baker trying to fire back on the high side of the racetrack.
Baker with a great run to the outside. He'll edge out ahead by a wheel as they race into turn number 3. It'll be white flag in the air this time. Dwayne Baker still with the advantage.
Yeah, he's got a good run on that outside. He'll lead the lap that time by. He's got to do it one more time. Zardo on the bottom. Baker on the outside running to the checkered flag.
Zardo has raced him clean, keeping the 36 off the side of the 48. Last time through 3 and 4, it'll be a drag race to the finish for the Superstock. Zardo by a nose. What a finish. Dwayne Baker comes home second. Ethan Constable third. Garrett Teemersma fourth. Rounding out the top 5, it is Nick Ramsey in the 07. Corey McAllister finishes about 25 feet from the checkered flag. Spun around backwards into the inside wall, and with the speed in which he's coming out of that race car, I do not think he is a happy camper.
Yeah, I immediately started looking around for who got him here, and we'll see what happens with McAllister and who he gets out and points the finger at here. Got the arms up trying to figure out who. Maybe Marley Owen? No, still looking down the track a little further than that car. The 49.
Frank Davey, the one being fingered by McAllister here as the culprit for the 71 car being the inside retaining wall.
That was mighty friendly of Frank to stop by and have a conversation about it.
You know, is that the way of saying, yeah, I done you wrong and I'm sorry? You know, didn't just peel out by, stopped there and kind of said, hey, what's up? Ryan, come on this way and we'll get ready for victory lane.
So having a look at the replay there, just trying to catch a glimpse as Corey McAllister comes rest to the front stretch wall, that far away from crossing the start-finish line. There's Lane Zardo over in corner number 3 getting the checkered flag. And the Vester Forest Products, Leslie Ford, number 36. He'll come down to victory lane in just a moment to meet up with our Clinton Jeffrey. What a finish. That was one where it was mixed emotions. You kind of want to see Dwayne Baker do it when Lane led all race, but at the same time, you don't want to see Lane lose it because he was so strong all night, he deserved the win.
Look at the right side of that number 36. It is pristine. Yep. He could have used up Dwayne Baker at any point there. He ran him hard, he ran him clean, and I think he should be commended for that. A fantastic display of stock car racing.
And Dwayne Baker on the other side of it could have done something similar and forced the issue to get the win. and comes home second. Let's send it down to Clinton Jeffrey down in Victory Lane.
Thanks a lot, Greg. Well, Sunset Speedway fans, he's been fast at all the races this year and gets another one. How about it for the 36th, Lane Zardo? Come on around, Lane, have a word with us here. The fans want to hear what your thoughts on those last few restarts. You've got important things to do. Family in here to say hi, give a hug or two, and we'll get Lane around to get the trophy. Well, Lane, it looked like for the first 40 or so, you had them covered by a long shot without any pressure, and then at the end, Dwayne Baker started applying it to you on those last 3 to 4 restarts. He was nosing you at the white flag. He had the lead. Talk about those last few laps to make sure you ended up holding the trophy here tonight.
I really thought I had this race covered front to back, and then that last restart, figured Dwayne would get a good run going down the back straightaway, and then I'd pull him coming off, but he was actually edging me going into corner 1, so I was holding my breath, and I drove as hard into 3, and luckily we came out. Me and Dwayne have always raced pretty good. He's really good family friends with my family and whatnot, but first and foremost, I really got to thank Quick Wick Firestar. I got to thank APC. Got to thank Slogging Shores Transmission. We run one of their transmissions in this race car. Marvin Ella does so much for stock car racing. Other than that, I got to thank Badger Daylighting, Leslie Ford, Surefire, Shookies. Got a lot of sponsors to thank. I can't really remember them all, but obviously it's not just us at the racetrack that help us get us here. There's a lot of people back home.
Well, when this 36 shows up to the track, you got the field quaking, Lane. Congratulations on the win tonight.
Thank you.
And he gets the sign in for us in time. Thanks, Lane. Great job. We're going to reach in here and draw a winner for this Saugeen Shores transmission, Lane. Position 24. We'll get the transmission. So congratulations to our 24th finisher here tonight, guys.
Which was Corey McAllister.
Wow.
Oh, was it the finishing order or started? Oh, finish. Sorry. Okay.
Whoever finished 24th, and I can't remember who was the first car out of this race.
I've only got 23 on Race Monitor. So I'm going to say that probably
Mike Weida?
Mike Weida be the first car out, so we'll go with that.
Yeah, I would think so. You're right. All 24 cars showed up to start this one, so there was 24 cars in it. Fewer than 5 laps. Let's jump into race results here.
So there we have a look at the finishing order on screen. Dennis Sabolsky, how about that? Rallying back to a top 10 after all of the work that they did in the pit area.
Yeah, and we're going to have a new points leader after this one. Ray Morneau could only muster a 15th place finish. So we're going to go down to Delaware Speedway to end this season in fine fashion. It is going to be an exciting weekend of racing. Of course, the Quick Wick Superstocks will be the Friday night portion of that program.
So the APC series will work its way out onto the front stretch here, get things lined up, and we'll get ready for the running of the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 from here at Sunset Speedway. We'll take a break and be back here on G-Force TV.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Ribs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps, to tech liner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at WeatherTech.ca.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
Back live at Sunset Speedway in Innisville, Ontario for the APC Series on GeForce TV as we get set for the running of the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100.
Many thanks to Stewart's Equipment, sponsoring the second event they have sponsored this season. They were a supporter up at Sabolsky Speedway and decided to put their name on this race here at Sunset Speedway. So huge thanks to the good folks at Stewart's Equipment, Jeff Stewart.
Don't forget, coming up on GeForce TV, Friday night, September the 17th, we'll be back at Merrittville Speedway for the Pinty's Knights of Thunder 360 Sprint Car Series, along with the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, the Hoosier Stocks, and Mini Stocks. 7 o'clock race time from Thorold, Ontario. And then in a couple of weeks' time, we'll be at Delaware Speedway on Friday, September the 24th for the Quick Fire Starter Super Stock Series finale. Then the following night, these very same APC late models will run their final race of the season, Saturday, September the 25th, all here on GeForce TV. So the pace truck will make its way down the front stretch and bring these cars down. We'll get them lined up, do driver introductions, and get things rolling here in race number 7 of 8 of the 2021 season.
I want to know who let the beast out of his cage. Have we ever seen this before? Is this unprecedented, Greg?
Spencer's in the tower. I thought he was bringing the telestrator.
He who must not be seen. Spencer, just so you know, when the picture goes out, the sound goes out as well. But we make do. We hang in there. We're troopers.
And it only goes out when we're doing a replay, so it's not anything important. That's all.
It's Murphy's Law. The time you need it the most is the time you don't have it.
Exactly.
Does it hurt when you do this? Yes. Don't do that. Field taking shape on the front straightaway. Again, once the last car is in place and stopped and we get our cue from APC Series officials, we will get started and present to you the 22-car starting lineup for this evening's Stewart's Equipment 100.
Gord Shepard down there getting down to the lineup. J.R. Fitzpatrick will climb aboard his car for the first time since early this afternoon when the motor expired on that number 84, and he'll start from the tail in this one.
This particular engine that they put in the race car now has not even been on the dyno. It is brand new, untested, unstarted. The last one was basically brand new. They had tested with it, they had run it on the dyno, and then practiced today. And it was catastrophic failure, connecting rod through the oil pan.
JR, are you ready for 2021 to be over, man? It's been a horrible season for you and your crew. Tell us about your day today.
Yeah, it's been awful. I wish I could tell you what I really think of 2021, but it'd be pretty rude. It's just been one of those years, you know. Nothing goes right, but we came here with the Holdaway Motorsports Group, and they prepared a good car. We tested yesterday. We were very happy with it, and then we just came out today and practiced and broke the motor in the first session. So it's just one of them deals. What do you do?
Untested motor, you ready to go?
Yeah, it's literally right out of the box, GM crate. We broke it in just right now, so hopefully she's fast, and hopefully the handling is as good as it was yesterday, and we'll just ride around, see if we can get to the front.
Thanks, JR, for your time on a testy afternoon. Up to Adam and Greg to get ready for the starting lineup.
Let's meet the starting lineup for the Stewart Equipment 100, starting with the driver who will roll off 22nd from Cambridge, the Cambridge Rigging Transaxle Chevrolet number 84, J.R. Fitzpatrick. On the inside of the 11th row from Fraserville, the Custom Forming Walls, Bosma Brother Concrete Pumping number 79, James Horner.
Starting in 20th out of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, driving the Wardlaw Heating and Cooling Northern Fencing Chevrolet number 61, Dustin Jackson. And to the inside of him, also from Sault Ste. Marie in the Sims Countertops Ford, number 47, Jordan Sims.
Adam Jordan has the Quick Wick belt. He was the Quick Wick Hot Lap winner at the previous race.
Starting 18th from Dorchester, the North Country Property Maintenance APC Auto Parts Center's Ford number 3, Shay Gemmel. And starting 17th from Hillsdale, the Hillsdale Service Center Northern Equipment Ford number 39, Travis Halliburton.
Starting 16th out of Guelph in the Maker Pizza Retail Design Group, Chevrolet number 9070, Tyler DiVincenzo. Going 15th out of Carlisle in the Maple City Tire Transport Trailer Sales Chevrolet number 27, Matt Box.
Starting 14th from Oro, the Paragon Office Installations, InkYourRide.com, Cookstown Auto Center, number 10G Ford, Gord Shepard. Starting 13th from Hillsburg, the Glen Windram Trucking, Cooper Equipment Rentals Chevrolet, number 8, Jordan House.
Starting on the outside of row number 6 from Grimsby, Ontario, driving the RGC Sports Aces Service Toyota number 32, Trayton Lapsevich. And going from 11th out of Southampton in the Tom Gibbons Concrete Finishing Graham Family Auto Car Quest Chevrolet number 10, Tom Gibbons.
Now, race fans, your top 10. Starting 10th from London, the Global Warranty, ToyotaTown.com, number 21 Toyota, Matt Fritico. Starting 9th from Stainer, the Great Lakes Concrete, Barry Frame and Alignment, Sheer Metal Products, number 9 Ford, Brandon Watson.
Starting in 8th out of London, in the APC Auto Parts Center, Total Lubricants Chevrolet number 22, Pete Shepard III. And to his inside, starting in 7th, out of London, in the Pennzoil APC Auto Parts Center Chevrolet number 78, Joe Lawrence.
Starting 6th on the outside of row number 3 from Mount Bridges, the Cameron Crane Pride Seeds Vibrant Farms Ford number 52, Jake Sheridan. And starting 5th out of Guelph, the Wellington Systems Hose Tech Chevrolet number 83, Dale Shaw.
Starting in 4th out of Norwood in the SMG Motorsports J-Bex Construction Chevrolet number 29, Ryan Kimball. And starting in 3rd from Chesley, Ontario in the Canadian Flat Roof System APC Auto Parts Center Toyota number 17, Josh Stotty.
Race fans, your front row for the Stewart Equipment 100. On the outside of row number 1 from Hamilton, the SSG Gloves, Holdaway Motorsports Toyota number 4, Connor James. And your pole sitter from Orono, the Mobile One B&W Enterprises Chevrolet number 54, Danny Benedict.
Well, Danny, you got the pole here for this race. You know, long way to go, 100 laps. We talk about riding, we talk about going. What's the game plan here for the 54 team?
You just never know. Hopefully we can just settle in and set our pace and kind of let the race come to us. 100 laps around this place is a long time, and this place is notorious for slicking off. So we'll see how it goes. Hopefully ride, and then hopefully we can just stay up here at the front.
Good luck, Danny Bennett, to your pole sitter tonight. Adam, Greg, we're almost ready to go.
Race fans on G-Force TV, we will be right back after this quick break to fire the engines here at Sunset Speedway.
This, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck, and WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection. From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps, to tech liner for your truck bed, to bump step, to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Phone keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your ultimate protection today at weathertech.ca.
When you think about it, productivity starts at planting. So it's time to rethink how productive your planter can be. We did with the new Case IH 2000 Series Early Riser Planter. We rethought your row unit so it's tougher, more accurate. We rethought your meter, took the most precise technology, factory installed it. We rethought every inch of the Case IH Early Riser Planter to make it the most productive planter around. And if you think about it, that's exactly what you want.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave sausages and street dogs. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
What makes a trailer a Miska? Is it the heavy-duty Canadian steel they're made from? Or is it the exceptional finish that will last year after year? How about knowing that these are the best back trailers in the industry? These are the reasons you buy Miska. So what makes these trailers a Miska? It's the hard-working Canadians who craft them. We are Miska. We are Canadian tough.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
This G-Force TV broadcast is brought to you by Epic Racewear, race apparel for racers by racers. OSR, Canada's source for race car parts and consumables. Live from Sunset Speedway in Innisfil, Ontario, for the APC Series on G-Force TV, round number 7. It will be the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100. 2 races left to crown a champion here in 2021. And tonight could be that pivotal event that sets it up for the championship finale in Delaware on September the 25th. Glad you could join us here on G-Force TV. Thanks to all those that are here in attendance tonight. As we get set to go, drivers now will strap themselves into their race cars. We'll give the command to fire in just a moment and get things kicked off. Well, it's been a beautiful evening of racing here. Not sure what to expect after that Quick Firestarter Super Stock feature. You never know.
No, you really don't. When the green flag drops, it usually only takes 5-6 laps to know what the tone of the race is going to be. It really seems to present itself early, and then it's up to you again. Let's have the conversation from Flamborough Speedway where J.R. Fitzpatrick stalked the race leader, Ryan Kimball, but was very careful not to get into the 29 of Kimball in the early going. Bit of a chain reaction. And J.R. Fitzpatrick got turned around off the front bumper of the 7 of Pete Shepard. I don't think it was malicious, but race director Trevor Hambley elected to put Pete Shepard to the back of the field for his involvement. I think that helped set the tone for the rest of that race as well at Flamborough Speedway.
Yeah, that was a different race than what we saw there the first go-around. Of course, our First trip here to Sunset Speedway, Jordan House walked away the winner in that one, and a bit of a surprise. Jordan running tonight for points for the 81 car of Andrew Gressel. And they're expecting a little one, so all the best to the Gressel family, but Jordan House will be collecting points for the 81 here tonight. And that was a big win. We knew Jordan House could get it done, but to come in against the regulars of the APC Series is no small feat. He came in and got the victory. And then, of course, in our last event, we go to Flamborough Speedway, and Brendan, a lot of games at the end of that one, and Kyle Steckley ended up being the benefactor of that.
That he was, and home track advantage almost. Kyle Steckley's been the kingpin out at Flamborough this year, and just bided his time, and Pritico and Watson got into it. He took advantage when the time was right and walked away with it. So we'll see what happens here. A lot of movers and shakers. My one to keep an eye on is the 4 of Connor James, 17th to 4th last time at Flamborough Speedway, starting up front here tonight. No, doesn't have to come through the field tonight, this evening.
So going into tonight, let's have a quick look at the point standings. Brandon Watson, I'm sure we've covered this throughout the night, but 10 points separate Brandon Watson, Trayton Lapsevich. Another 10 points back to Pete Shepard. Another 13 points back to Joe Lawrence. And then just 2 points back from that is Andrew Gressel. That's your top 5. Gressel 35 points back of the race leader.
So let's put it this way. I know there can be a big swing and things can change. But right now it's between Brandon, Trayton, and Pete. And then Joe, Andrew, and even Jake Sheridan. I think they're going to need a little bit of help, I think, here in the next couple of nights. Something big's going to happen. It's going to have to happen for Brandon Watson, Trayton Lapsevich, and Pete Shepard to slip down the chart right now. And Trayton Lapsevich been very consistent and quiet. He hasn't been in the middle of a lot of the problems we've seen this year, and it's that consistency that has him in second place.
Yeah, it's hard to argue that. I mean, he's just done a nice job of avoiding the massive trouble, and surprising to see him not in the top 10 in qualifying. He was in the top 5 in practice earlier on in speeds, had a really fast race car. Things just did not go his way in qualifying, and he'll roll off from the 12th position, so he's giving away 3 spots to the points leader Brandon Watson before the race even starts.
And the impressive part for Trayton this year, he's avoided the trouble, and a lot of times missing qualifying, he's had to come through the field to get there and still avoided all the trouble that could possibly find him as he works his way through the field. Going to have to do it again tonight, starting outside the top 10.
Yeah, that's a good point. He last time here at Sunset had to start at the tail, and had a busy night to work his way towards the front in that 32 machine. Again, last week at Flamborough after competing at Mosport at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. And both times Lane Zardo practiced the car and was very quick. And tonight Trayton gets the start, but he's still outside of the top 10 as he struggled a little bit in qualifying tonight.
And Jeff Lapsevich running across the racetrack back towards their pit stall, so something, either he has to take a whiz, no, he runs right past the Johnny on the spot, so.
You always want to get that out of the way before the race starts.
He did build the suspense, though, right? That was a beeline for the...
If he did have to go in there, Jeff may never have spoken to you again to bring that much attention.
Jeff Lapsevich has a good sense of humor because I've reminded him that he's about to be knocked out of the top 5 and the best Lapsevich has ever to race in the NASCAR Pinty Series or in a late model. He's falling down the list by the day, but he's a hell of a crew chief. He might be the best crew chief the family has ever had. So we wait for the word from the officials that they are ready to go. As you see, it is a process to get these drivers. Oh, we love our Jeff Lapsevich. It's a good thing he's funny. He is in the top 3 of funniest Lapseviches.
He pays attention more than you think, Adam.
He doesn't miss too much.
Somebody needs to. All right, I think we're pretty close.
For the moment we've been waiting for, Clinton Jeffrey is trackside with Chris Stewart for the most famous words in motorsport.
Chris, you've been telling us you're a fan. We appreciate you watching, and tonight you get us all fired up. Give it to us loud and proud from Stewart's Chris Stewart, ladies and gentlemen. Chris, let's have it.
Drivers, start your engines.
Great job. We'll fire up the APC cars and get ready to roll. Oh, sorry.
Paul Douglas up on the flag stand. He is ready to wave the green flag over this field of cars. 22 cars strong. Beautifully prepared. And we see these cars wage war week in and week out. Yet they show up to every event in showroom condition. APC official walking down the line. Thumbs up to the inside, thumbs up to the outside. We'll watch the APC official deeper in the field, signaling to these drivers. Now, if you listen to Johnny Morrison, he has just told every driver they do not have a brain. That is the official racetrack sign language.
Okay, so for those just tuning in now, Adam, you need to tell that backstory.
Let me tell the story. You should have been watching when the super stocks were out. So when it's over, rewind about 45 minutes. And earlier on, the question was asked of Johnny Morrison when he got mixed up with Brandon McFerrin. What was he trying to communicate to you when he went by and gave you the thumbs up? And to paraphrase, I think Johnny Morrison said that he was saying he doesn't know how to use his brain.
I'm never going to use a thumbs up anymore now.
Well, you might. It depends who you're talking to. The field going to roll off down the front straightaway. And folks, just like with the Super Stocks, first time by is going to be the wave lap. Get up on your feet, grab your hat, grab whatever's nearby. Give these drivers a wave. And they will be saluting you in return in preparation for 100 laps of green flag action here at Sunset Speedway.
Drivers waving to the crowd. Wave these drivers on. They're ready to go 100 laps here in the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100. Here to put on a show for you. Having a good look at the back of the pace truck at Danny Benedict. Connor James will line up on his outside in that Holdaway Motorsports number 4. And look at that moon.
It's not a full moon, which is a good thing.
Exactly. Just thinking that.
Exactly right. That wrap looks just as good on that transaxle number 84 J.R. Fitzpatrick on a Holdaway Motorsports car as it did on his own equipment. So I've got to wonder, we'll have to talk to J.R. Fitzpatrick probably at Delaware for the final weekend, what he's going to do. He's got beautiful operations at his place in Ayr, Ontario. Great place to work on race cars, to store race cars. And if he's running for Holdaway Motorsports, does the equipment stay with Taylor or does it stay with J.R.? I don't know what he'll do with his time. He spends a lot of time working on his equipment. Next time out of turn number 4, it'll be Paul Douglas in the flag stand with the green flag in hand, waving it over this field of APC cars. Jordan House, he won the first APC race here this season, the only race here this season. He is starting middle of the pack, not showing the lightning speed he had in that first race, Greg.
Here we go, coming to the green flag. Danny Benedict, Connor James pace the field, roll it through corner number 3 and into 4. The Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 will get the green flag off of corner number 4.
Good even start down the front straightaway through 1 and 2. The field rumbles through 3 and 4. Looks like Danny Benedict can lead lap number 1.
Josh Dottie following in his tire tracks down to the inside of Connor James. It's 3 wide behind them. Dale Shaw was there with Ryan Kimball and Jake Sheridan. They've straightened it out 2 by 2.
And it's funny, the front of the pack is the one that's all bunched up, and the middle is already strung out.
Stoddy right there in the back bumper of the 54 of Benedict as they work it down the back stretch. Kimball in tow, the single file, then side by side between Shaw and Connor James as they come off corner 4 another time.
Jordan House in that number 8 in a white car, toward middle to the back of the field, had some problems last lap in 1 and 2. Might have been that he just locked up the brakes as that car shot up the racetrack. Seems to be under control right now, but we've got a new race leader out of turn number 4. Josh Stoddy knows still Danny Benedict by 16 one-thousandths of a second.
Yeah, close there at the line. Stoddy's got the run down into corner number 3. He'll roll it through 4. Sparks are flying off the track at the line this time. Josh Stoddy will lead it, and Ryan Kimball tucked right up on the back bumper of that Canadian Flat Roof Systems number 17.
Connor James just got knocked up out of the groove, lost about 5 spots as Josh Stoddy takes the lead. He'll pull up in front of the initial race leader, Danny Benedict. Open the door to Ryan Kimball in the 29.
Kimball works to the inside of the 54 as they roll it down the back stretch another time. Side by side, then it's Dale Shaw and Jake Sheridan, single file behind them. Pete Shepard's got Matt Pritico all over his back bumper.
Yeah, that is a tightly grouped bunch of McCall Racing Enterprises entries. Shepard, Pritico, the 78 of Joe Lawrence, the 9 of Brandon Watson, all out of the McCall Racing Enterprises shop, all bunched together just outside of the top 5.
Still door to door with Kimball and Benedict for that second spot. Kimball goes up the banking a little bit in corner number 2. Benedict right up against the wall as they roll it through 3 and 4. Sparks again out of the back of the 29 machine. He'll have the second spot at the line.
It looks as though Dale Shaw has picked up the wick a little bit. He figures, hey, if that inside's going to open up, I'm going to try to take advantage with my number 83, and he keeps his nose to the inside of Benedict. He'll try to take over that third spot.
Here they come off the corner. Benedict on the outside. Dale Shaw looking to get low through corners 1 and number 2. Jake Sheridan right on his deck lid as they go down the back stretch another time. Everyone's gone single file until you get back to Gord Shepard back there, and Connor James has really dropped through the field.
Yeah, Trayton Lapsovich, it took him 2-3 laps, maybe more, to clear Connor James, and that bunched everybody up behind him. Gord Shepard going to work his way through. James will be able to get to the bottom before Jordan House can go. He'll go to the outside to try to make that move work.
Another time by. This time around, it'll be 13 laps on the board for leader Josh Stoddy over Ryan Kimball, Danny Benedict, and it's side by side as Jake Sheridan looks down to the inside of the 83 of Dale Shaw. He'll tuck back in line. No, now he'll look back down low again at corner number 2.
Shaw's car, the handling has just not quite come in on that when he tries to attack the track and drive it hard. It's just not rolling the center of these turns. That allows Jake Sheridan to get to the inside.
J.R. Fitzpatrick started 22nd. He's up to 15th already as we are about to complete lap number 15. So that driver to Cambridge is really on the move in the early laps.
The other car that's pretty impressive to me early on is the 10 of Gord Shepard. He's looking to pass the 32 at Trayton Lapsovich. Not many cars have passed young Trayton this season. He's had a lot of speed in that 32.
Yeah, they're Trayton right there leading Gord Shepard. 32 and 10G right behind them. Jordan House in the 8 machine. Connor James started on the outside of the front row. Started in second. His hold-away teammate, J.R. Fitzpatrick, started at the back, and they've almost caught one another.
Yeah, they're going to meet in the middle here before long. Dale Shaw has cleared the 52 with Jake Sheridan. Just ahead of him, a great battle for second. Danny Benedict trying to get back around the 29 of Ryan Kimball. He's got that Mobile 1, number 54, to the inside of the 29 of Kimball.
Benedict on the bottom, Kimball on the outside as they roll it off with corner number 2 and down the back stretch. Side by side behind leader Josh Stoddy, who's beginning to catch the tail end of the field. Dustin Jackson will be the first car through his windshield.
Smoke. Somebody down the front straightaway. I think it might have been Joe Lawrence. It might have been rubbing up against the wall. I'm not really sure.
20 laps on the board, 80 to go here in the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 at Sunset Speedway. Josh Stoddy will lap. Dustin Jackson is still side by side for second between Benedict and Kimball. Then you've got Dale Shaw and Jake Sheridan right now the top 5.
Still side by side are Danny Benedict and Ryan Kimball. Field starting to stack up behind them. Out ahead of them, Josh Stoddy driving away in that yellow MEI paving number 17.
Out to the wall he goes around James Horner into corner number 1. As Danny Benedict continues to work on Dale Shaw, make that Ryan Kimball. He's got Dale Shaw on his deck lid right now, so they go down into corner number 3 another time.
Jordan House a little further back, gets his nose to the inside. It's Trayton Lapsevich in 1 and 2. He'll keep position down to 3 and 4, trying to make that pass. Lapsevich holding him down to the inside of the racetrack.
This pack with Jordan House, Trayton Lapsevich, and crew. Josh Stotty can almost see them. He's right there, tracking them down. Tyler DiVincenzo's the next one in his sights.
Yeah, there's not much of a gap as look at them side by side for second. Now Danny Benedict going to fall back in line as they work to the outside of lap car Dustin Jackson.
Here's the battle right now for second spot as they're right behind Ryan Kimball, getting around Dustin Jackson. Danny Benedict and Dustin Jackson, the lap car as the pack goes by him as he's down on the inside.
Close quarters racing between Trayton Lapsevich. Oh, trouble, Gord Shepard. I don't know if he cut down a right front. What sent that car up towards the wall? He was able to get it slowed down, guys, but not enough. He made contact with the wall. Hard enough to probably damage the steering or the suspension on that number 10.
He had the left front tire locked up, headed up to the wall, so I don't know what happened. He was just on the outside of Trayton Lapsevich getting down into turn number 1, and we got on the brakes. The car jumped out and locked up the left front, and he was along for the ride at that point.
So that tells me that probably the right front has gone down on that 10 machine, because if the left front's having to do all the work to slow it down, it will lock up.
26 laps completed in this one, 74 to go. Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100.
Window net comes down on the 10 of Gord Campbell.
Shepard.
What did I call him?
Campbell.
Why did I call him that?
Well, guys, if you get a good look at the right front, you can see, I'm not sure if Ryan can shimmy the camera right in there, but yeah, the right front is angled up on it. Looks like he's lost the control arm here on the car at least. So Shepard's going to need a hook here as the towing crew works their way over. And yeah, when they get off the wall, we'll get a good look at it.
It's angled in, but it still looks like the tire is up itself. So something must have broke down in the front end for him to head up to the wall like that.
Yeah. Gord, what happened here? It looked like your right front's still up. We thought it was a tire go down. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, the kid just hammered me and put me up into the fence here. It's not the first time he's drove me one like that, so I don't know. I guess if I make it to Delaware, she'll be a hard go for him.
All right, there you hear. Payback's a coming. Knows who got him and not happy about it.
Now, it was Trayton Lapsevich he was racing with, wasn't it?
He was in the pack with...
Because I know Jordan House was right there as well. So
Trayton and Connor James also in the mix.
Yeah, House had just gotten clear of Lapsevich, and Shepard then went to the outside of Lapsevich, and they were side by side for about a lap before this happened.
There you go. I did used to work with a Gord Campbell.
Funny how we do that. We pull names, and I've done that.
And I was oblivious to it. Like, huh? What? Give me a few minutes. I'll do dumber things. That's one way I like to think I am very consistent, Greg.
Doing dumber things?
Yep. Just when you think you've seen the best of it.
Well, a torrid pace to the first 26 laps, and Josh Stotty was hooked up and gone. And right before that caution flag, he was beginning to catch that pack of cars that included Gord Shepard, Jordan House, Connor James, J.R. Fitzpatrick. He was right behind Tyler DiVincenzo. So Josh has got that number 17 hooked up tonight, and good for him.
Yeah, I totally agree. I had a long conversation with him saying how nice it would be if he could get to the end of one of these races and get the finish that he deserves, that he shows the speed for. You don't need to do it every race, but once or twice a year to be nice.
So we'll take a quick break from Sunset Speedway here on G-Force TV and back with the restart in just a moment.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV.
There are a lot of things in this world that are fake. Your food shouldn't be one of them. Pinty's Man Cave Chicken Wings. Authentic food for real people. Crave the cave, friends. Pinty's Man Cave.
This G-Force TV broadcast is brought to you by RS1, 99.9% pure top-grade methanol, the official fuel of the Action Sprint Tour. BestWayBetting.com, where the dreaming is easy. APC Series on G-Force TV from Sunset Speedway in Innisfil, Ontario. I'm Greg Kellman, with me Adam Ross, Brendan Doherty up here in the tower with us, and Clinton Jeffrey down track side as they clean up Gord Shepard's number 10G. Had a solid outing here this afternoon, Clint.
Well, you get a good look at the right front as he pulls by and has pushed back quite a bit on the Shepard 10S here, and that will be all she wrote for that car tonight, guys. We're going to head down to the pits and see if we can find out what's going on with the Trayton Lapsovich 32.
You see the Canadian Flat Roof Systems Toyota Camry of Josh Stoddy leading the pack. Behind the pace truck here, Ryan Kimball in second, Danny Benedict up there in that third spot, Dale Shaw fourth, and Jake Sheridan fifth.
Well, and Brendan Doherty was just telling us in that break, obviously the top four regular competitors here at Sunset Speedway.
It's been good to have them out this year, and it's paying dividends so far, 26 laps in. Two cars I'd like to mention the top four. Ryan Kimball, Danny Benedict, both with brand new McCall cars this year, both sharing the same guru with Graham Annis.
Guys down here in the Trayton Lapsovich pit, they have a bad miss in the motor. They're trying to figure it out. They've got to work on the car. And there you can hear it as it pulls away. It does not sound good, popping and farting as it drives down the back straightaway. They have not got that car fixed, guys.
No, but they got to get back on the racetrack with 1 lap to go. And boy, oh boy, fifth, all the way back to ninth is Team McCall. Jake Sheridan, the 52, the 22 of Pete Shepard, 78 of Joe Lawrence, the 9 of Brandon Watson, and the 21 of Matt Pritico.
Let's do a quick fire it up. Bring this one back to life here at Sunset Speedway. Stoddy continuing to lead over Ryan Kimball as 29 laps go up on the scoreboard. Dale Shaw back there in third. Danny Benedict side by side with Pete Shepard the third.
Joe Lawrence in the 78 on the inside of Brandon Watson in the 9. They do battle for position just outside of the top 5, about the 8th spot they're racing for. 7th spot.
Josh Stoddy works it off of corner number 4 another time. The battle for second heating up. Dale Shaw to the inside of Ryan Kimball. Sticks that nose down in there. They come off of corner number 2 side by side down the backstretch.
Yeah, Dale's car just didn't fire well in the opening 10, 20 laps of this race. He was able to hold on to position but not gain a lot of positions. Looks to be a little bit sportier now. The driver of that number 83 working to the inside of the 29 of Ryan Kimball, out in front of them by about 20 car lengths now as the race leader, Josh Stoddy.
Good to see that 54. Danny Benedict doing just what he said he needed to do pre-race, hang around in the top 5. He's doing that right now and competing some of the best of the APC series. He's got Pete Shepard on his outside, Jake Sheridan in tow.
As that race for second place continues side by side, Jake Sheridan and Pete Shepard make a little bit of contact down into turn number 1. That's a good way to flatten a right front tire or a left rear tire. We'll keep our eyes on the 22 and the 52 to see if there's any lasting damage from that contact.
The race tonight's been all for second place, and it's Dale Shaw on the bottom, Ryan Kimball on the outside as they work through corners 3 and 4 another time. Across the stripe goes Stoddy. 36 laps go up on the board, and he's got a great running race car right now.
Jordan House in the number 8 was looking to make a move on Brandon Watson in the 9. He bobbles just for a second. That opens the door to J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84 machine to make a move to the inside of House.
Yeah, that engine fresh out of the box is running very strong for J.R. Fitzpatrick, the transaxle number 84, down to the inside of the Sunset winner earlier on this year as he marches towards the front trying to get to Brandon Watson.
Fitzpatrick making good, clean passes out there in the 84. That car still looking pristine after starting at the back, working his way halfway through this field.
Josh Stoddy starting to see some lap traffic in the windshield, about a straightaway away as Dale Shaw now is cleared into the second spot. Danny Benedict trying to get by Ryan Kimball and get free for that third spot. And he does.
Now Jake Sheridan to the inside of Ryan Kimball down the back straightaway. Boy, Kimball's run as many laps up in that high groove as he has in the racing groove. He's been able to fend people off for the first 40 laps of this race, but you can only drive at 100% for so long, and then the tires start to wear out.
And that's kind of what happened to him last week at Flamborough, if you remember.
Yeah, racing really hard early on, and it cost him late in the race. We're not quite to halfway yet, and he's still up to speed, still doing a good job, but some very fast race cars have decided they want to be at the front.
And having said that, I think Sunset Speedway running the second groove maybe a little bit easier on the tires than, say, a Flamborough Speedway, but it can only last for so long as Jake Sheridan now tries to make the move, and Pete Shepard now is going to tuck in behind Sheridan and try to make the pass as well.
J.R. Fitzpatrick to the inside of Brandon Watson. They've been door to door for the last lap and a half. Fitzpatrick really looking racy as Josh Stoddy into lap traffic once again. He'll clear the Dustin Jackson 61 down into turn 1.
You know, I got to think, Adam, with the year that J.R. Fitzpatrick has had, this has got to be the most fun he's had all year.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Like he said, just a miserable year 2021. He's kept his chin up and raced hard, and here he is with a good run tonight at Sunset Speedway, which in my opinion is not a racetrack J.R. Fitzpatrick normally shines at.
Yeah, exactly, and he's been able to march through the field, so he's got to be all smiles right now in the helmet. And behind the wheel of that 84 machine as now he tracks down Pete Shepard III. Meanwhile, out in front it's Josh Stoddy. 2 lap cars back to Danny Benedict. Back in that second spot, he's gotten by Dale Shaw.
Yeah, I don't know when that happened. Brandon Watson, he might have a problem. Although, no, he's going to the outside of Ryan Kimball, but he's got them stacked up behind him.
Remember last time here, Brandon Watson struggled a little bit here at Sunset Speedway. Not a typical race for Brandon Watson. And he's doing that again here this afternoon.
Closes the door on Ryan Kimball just across the front nose of that 29 machine. He'll clear him for that position. Right behind them, Jordan House races on the inside of Joe Lawrence.
Josh Stoddy is halfway down the backstretch, and he took the cross flags last time by the stands. We're halfway home with the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 here at Sunset Speedway on GeForce TV.
Ryan Kimball just had a big bobble out of turn number 2. That allowed Jordan House to get to the inside. Not only cleared Joe Lawrence, but he's cleared Ryan Kimball as well. Shea Gemmel is next in line on the bottom in that number 3.
Another time by the stand for Josh Stoddy. He's got a few lap cars and make that 1 lap car between he and Danny Benedict, who I think maybe is starting to track down the leader just a little bit.
He's looking pretty sporty. Let's have a look at the last time by. Yeah, he's about a 1/10 and a half a second faster, so 0.15 of a second quicker.
Oh, and Trayton Lapsovich slow up in corner number 3. That's probably going to put us under the caution flag. second place in points coming into tonight. This could be, and I talked about that earlier on, this could be a race where maybe you don't win the championship, but it could cost you a shot at it.
Well, guys, I talked to Dave White, who's the builder of this car for White Motorsports. He's also got Junior Hanley and his dad Jeff here, some of the smartest brains in the Canadian racing business here in the pit. Gonna wait and see what happens as Trayton will get pushed back in here. It's something they're not sure what it was. When I asked Dave White what it was it fuel or ignition? He said they're pretty sure it's electrical in the ignition, guys.
Tough break for Trayton Lapsevich. Again, came into tonight 10 points back behind Brandon Watson. And this was an opportunity with Brandon not exactly having a typical run at the front type of night. Trayton had the opportunity to gain some points here, and now it's going to be a struggle to do that.
And this is a racetrack where you do expect Trayton Lapsevich to have good runs at Sunset Speedway. Jordan Sims rolls that 47 down to his pit stall. They're going to jack up the right side of that race car. Doesn't look like they're taking tires off.
The Lapsevich crew down here getting ready, guys. They just had a little bit of a meeting. Jeff directing the crew on what they're going to need to do and what everybody's role will be when Trayton gets in here. As you mentioned, every lap is critical. This is going to give them a chance to work on it. They have to do what they did last, Adam, is just get him back out there so he can keep turning laps.
Well, on the bright side, almost everybody in the field, it seems, coming down pit road. Matt Pritico in the 21, the 78 of Joe Lawrence down in the pits with the hood up on that race car. Ryan Kimball on pit road in the 29. So these are all lead lap cars that are struggling in some way or another. Is James Horner in that 79, that poor pit crew having to bump start that car. They've run up and down the front straightaway a few times tonight.
Well, Adam, since you like to direct us, where would you like us to run? You want to stay here with Lapsevich or run up and down the road and see what else we can find?
I think Lapsevich is going to be the one to watch and see what they do under the hood there.
All right, you can see Jeff still working on them here, getting the crew ready. They're going to have to push it still a long way around here through the pit area to make it back. Horner gets the 79 car fired up. He will roll out of here. We see the Sims car still on pit road, as is the Pritico number 21. And as we'll keep Ryan here, I'll try and run over here and see what we can find out about the Pritico machine. Ryan, you stay there and shoot that Lapsevich.
You know what I've heard of recently that I never even knew was a thing? Was if the battery is not secured in the battery box and it slides around, it can actually short out and cause the whole engine to quit. And I've heard of a couple of drivers this season experiencing that in practice and having a really hard time diagnosing the problem.
Now, Trayton got a push, and then they stopped pushing, and now Joe Lawrence is there behind him.
By NASCAR rule, the push truck pushes a race car onto the pit road and then stops pushing. So,
Adam, I just went over and talked to the Pritico crew. They said the car had issues. It was not where it needed to be, and now the Lapsevich crew sprinting over to the front straightaway where the car sits on the road. They're going to run right out into traffic and try and get it. Now the push truck comes to finish the Pritico thing. All kinds of tightness in that car. They made a rear air pressure adjustment. They've adjusted the rear sway bar. They put all kinds of stuff into that to try and get the 21 freer as the 32 Renault Group car of Lapsevich makes its way back to its stall where Ryan awaits with our camera number 6.
Man, that's going to be frustrating for the Lapseviches because they just had a ton of time they could have been working on the car, but it took so long to get, because he did stop up in corner number 4, they had to push him all the way around. If he just stopped up in 3, it would have been a whole lot quicker to get him in, and just a matter of circumstances that are going to be hard for them. And there we see him under the hood.
Yeah, they've been working on that right side way in the back, almost where they can't reach. You've seen Jeff Lapsevich earlier trying to get his hand way up under there to the back side of the motor. And if I gotta think, it's got to be a distributor cable or something way in the back there that they're trying to reach. And yeah, that's where the distributor is on this car. So they're trying to work back there to see if it's a coil wire or something else gone wrong that they may be able to fix here and swap out.
So the MSD box, Clinton, if you shoot through the passenger side window up onto the dash, you should see a red MSD box sitting there.
And yeah, you see the Madams will shoot through the window, don't want to get in their way, but the one crew member in there working on the MSD box, and you can see they're actually changing the wires there, trying to fix that up. That's the red MSD box. Now the crew says, going white, we got to send them, so they're going to rush to get the hood pins back in. They're trying to fire up the Lapsevich 32 here, and the car not firing up at all right now. And could this be the championship ticking away for the 32?
I was just going to say that. What a heartbreaker for the Lapsevich family as they come off of corner number 4. We're going to go back to the green flag with Josh Stotty and Danny Benedict on the front row. Dale Shaw, Jake Sheridan back there, and look who's up to 6th. J.R. Fitzpatrick. With all those cars making the pit stops, he's just knocking on the door of the top 5.
Josh Stotty has been up to the challenge all night long, and he gets his own lane. Once you clear that other driver, that's a huge benefit to Josh Stotty. Everybody else in the field is having to either pinch their car down on the bottom or try to ride it out on the top, but Stotty can run his own line. But as I say that, Dale Shaw really closing the gap, running the bottom.
Across the stripe another time, Josh Stotty able to pull away and put a little gap on second place, where it's Dale Shaw and Danny Benedict door to door. Here comes Pete Shepard up behind them as well, and it's Jake Sheridan rounding out the top 5.
I'm impressed with Stotty. He's not overdriving the car on these restarts. He's running his own line, which is a little bit easier into the corner than power off the turn. Watch Dale Shaw close in at entry. Dale closes in going into the turn, but Stotty pulls coming off the corner.
Leads lap number 56 in this one. The Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 here at Sunset Speedway. Now the challenge for second place back on as Danny Benedict shows the nose on the 83 of Dale Shaw. They work it off of corner number 4 another time with Pete Shepard right there behind them. J.R. Fitzpatrick just got by Brandon Watson as well. And now works on Jake Sheridan.
J.R. Fitzpatrick, a man on a mission tonight here in that number 84, working to the inside of Jake Sheridan. Ahead of him, Pete Shepard to the inside of Danny Benedict. There are battles all over the racetrack. Brandon Watson, that car is not working well.
No, really a struggle again here tonight as Shea Gemmel now works to his inside. We documented earlier on the troubles for Shea Gemmel that he was having at the start of the night. And now those two are door to door with Jordan House and Connor James behind them.
Yeah, House was really thinking about making it 3 wide. Now we may lose a spot to Connor James. Further up, Pete Shepard still alongside Danny Benedict. J.R. Fitzpatrick still alongside Jake Sheridan.
Stotty out in front. Dale Shaw keeping pretty good pace with him right now. A couple of car lengths back, and it's side by side. Pete Shepard now clears Danny Benedict and rolls into the 3rd spot. J.R. Fitzpatrick down to the inside of the 52 of Jake Sheridan.
Benedict making some sparks out of that 54 machine. It's almost a matter between Sheridan and Fitzpatrick. Who's going to be the first to show a nose on Benedict? Will it be Fitzpatrick to the inside or Jake Sheridan to the outside? And we get our answer. It's J.R. Fitzpatrick to the inside of Danny Benedict to pick up the 4th spot.
You know, we've been talking a lot about points here tonight with Trayton Lapsevich having the issues here tonight, but it's Pete Shepard who's running in 3rd right now. He came in 3rd place in points, 20 points back of Brandon Watson. The way they're running right now, a good chance to gain some more ground on the leader.
Yeah, not a good night for Andrew Gressel. He had Gord Shepard collecting points for him. Gord Shepard is out of this one. Joe Lawrence has had his struggles. He's trying to come up from the back of the pack with laps winding down. 35 laps remaining this time when they cross the stripe.
Actually, I'll correct you there. I believe it is Jordan House that's collecting points for Andrew Gressel in the 8th. Right. So Jordan's still up there collecting those points. So Gressel, who came in 5th, still in the thick of it here, and he's right behind Brandon Watson. Ton of sparks coming out of Danny Benedict's car, and it's been doing that for a number of laps now.
Yeah, something amiss underneath that 54 machine. It could be a right front tire going down. It could be a sway bar issue because these cars run so low to the ground that anything changes, it starts to really affect it. And when it's making sparks, it's running on steel, not on the rubber on the tire, so it'll shoot the car straight up the racetrack.
And there it does as Brandon Watson will get by, and as the point leader, you're probably thinking, okay, we're not up near the front. Let's not let this cause an even worse night for us. Shea Gemmel now to the inside of Danny Benedict, and what a shame because he's run up front for so much of this race.
He sure has. He was having a great night as J.R. Fitzpatrick on the inside of Pete Shepard. Up to the driver's door of that number 22, J.R. Fitzpatrick looking for the 3rd spot. He's going to get it.
Water run by J.R. Fitzpatrick. So good to see for him with the frustrations he's had as he works to catch Dale Shaw now for that 2nd spot.
And Danny Benedict in the 54 slows off of turn number 2. He's going to take that car to pit road.
29 laps left to go this time by for Josh Stoddy.
I'm not sure if the crew goes to work here or if they call it a night for the Mobile 1, number 54 of Danny Benedict.
Josh Stoddy leads it into corner number 3. This time by it'll be 28 laps left to go. With Dale Shaw in second place and J.R. Fitzpatrick started dead last, 22nd. He's up to the 3rd spot and closing on Dale Shaw.
He's done it the hard way, too. Whoa, Dustin Jackson goes around, snaps around off of turn number 2. That will put us under the yellow flag, and that car snapped around in a heartbeat.
Guys, down here in pit road, the Danny Benedict 54 car has a flat right front. They're going to go to work on that. And they still work on the Lapsevich car behind us. He lost a boatload of laps that time, guys. Rough night for those guys. We'll watch what happens here on pit road.
Continue to watch J.R. Fitzpatrick work his way through the field. Brendan, he's teamed up now with Taylor Holdaway, and you've got J.R. Fitzpatrick, who is J.R. Fitzpatrick. We all know who he is and how good he is. And then you add Taylor Holdaway into the mix, and some people might not know Taylor if they just follow the APC series. He's got a long, rich history here at Sunset. He's so good at setting up cars and even driving them himself.
Yeah, Taylor spent a lot of time here at Sunset where he basically really cut his teeth once he jumped to the late model scene. I believe it was 2015 was a championship year here at Sunset. Top 3 nationally with the NASCAR Home Track Series that year. So he's a lot of experience here at Sunset, knows how to set up a car for Sunset, and you got a driver with the capabilities of J.R. Fitzpatrick behind the wheel of one of your pieces. He knows what to do. And I was watching Race Monitor through the last about 10 laps or so. Fitzpatrick, on average, is the fastest car on the racetrack, charging through the field.
Fellas, I'll tell you what's been missing from J.R. Fitzpatrick's late model career the last number of years, and it's longevity. He can be the fastest car at a racetrack in practice, he can qualify the fastest, and he can take off the fastest in a race. He's had a hell of a time keeping the car under him for a full 100 laps, and I don't know if that's driving style, I don't know if it's setup, or a combination of all of those things. He's just not been able to put a car on the track that's fastest at the end of the race. Every other part of his program is spot on.
He's driven aggressively tonight when he's needed to. Not overly aggressive, but making some moves because it's almost like you can see him having fun making those moves because he knows he can do it here tonight. And now he's charging up on Dale Shaw and Josh Stoddy, but we can't take away anything from those top 2. Josh Stoddy having maybe one of his best ever APC Series races here tonight. Dale Shaw, the wily veteran, back there in the 2nd spot. He's been very good here tonight as well.
You know, you normally want to see side-by-side battles for the lead all night long. I've been pleased for Josh Stoddy with the lead he's got. We've been treated to great racing all through the pack. We're getting down towards the end. There's been a couple of restarts where he has not pulled away, where people have stayed in his vicinity. Clinton, what are you seeing?
Well, I'm just down here with the Danny Benedict crew, guys, and this tire, though it looks all right, you can see it is just soft enough to ruin your day. So it appears to be up for the, the naked eye, but really when you put a bit of pressure on, you can see it. It's just soft enough to ruin your night.
And what happens, as we were saying, Clinton, when it's soft like that, you go into the corner, it leans over the right, and the car bottoms out, and then the tire's not working at all. Looks like Trayton Lapsevich in the 32 machine going to roll out of his pit stall. Back onto the racetrack, going back through timing and scoring. He has scored in the 21st position, 19 laps down.
But you know what? There's 29 laps left, so anything could happen here in the next 10 laps that he could gain some ground.
Look at that view. Look at that view from the back of the pace truck, looking back at Josh Stoddy in the 17, Dale Shaw in the 83. Sorting out some of the running order at the back of the field here is almost ready to go back to green flag racing. And what they need to do is bring all the lead lap cars ahead of the lap down cars.
For Danny Benedict, I believe he's going to be 1 lap down.
Yeah, what they need is Benedict behind Tom Gibbons and Jordan Sims, so they're working on that right now. And the communication goes, race director Trevor Hambley says it over the one-way officials radio, so the spotter should hear that message, and the spotter relays to the driver. So all they need is for Tom Gibbons in that number 10 to get up beside Tyler DiVincenzo in the 97, and then the order is correct.
He's having a hard time getting up in there. He was trying not to cut in front of Dustin Jackson, who pulled up there.
That's going to be close enough to make the officials happy. Jordan Sims in the 47, I think technically was supposed to be behind the 10 of Tom
The
Gibbons.
last green flag lap, Jordan Sims was ahead of Gibbons, so it looks correct to me.
Sometimes good enough is just good enough.
Exactly.
It all comes out in the wash. We'll go back to green with Josh Stoddy in the 17, continuing to lead Dale Shaw in the 83 on the outside, but it's J.R. Fitzpatrick in that 84 who has been the driver on the move. Quick, fire it up.
Dale Shaw out in front of Josh Stoddy, who's been so dominant here tonight. Stoddy, though, right there on the back bumper of the 83. That 17 rolls so well through the corners.
Stoddy mounting that challenge back to the inside of Dale Shaw, and don't look now, but Brandon Watson working his way back into the top 5 in that number 9.
Here they go down the backstretch. Jordan Orr amongst the top 4. Stoddy on the bottom of Dale Shaw. You've got J.R. Fitzpatrick and Pete Shepard, the third side by side behind them. And here comes Brandon Watson, the point leader now, showing his face into the mix alongside Jake Sheridan.
Stoddy with a good run there through 1 and 2. Dale Shaw going to accelerate down the backstretch and edge out the advantage. But Stoddy is just so good through the middle of these turns in the 17.
He and JR seem to be the best to roll it through the corner on the bottom side. And right now, it almost looks like JR is kind of saying, hey, you guys kind of do what you're going to do right now. I don't want to wreck this great race car.
Fitzpatrick has used up a lot of race car on his way to the front as Josh Stoddy back at the lead at the stripe. That's a big deal. Scored the race leader on lap 78.
Still a pack of 4 cars side by side. What a race at the front here. The APC Series brings it every week. They continue to do it here tonight at Sunset Speedway.
Stoddy trying to clear the front bumper of the 83 of Dale Shaw, and he does in the exit of turn number 2. Shaw driving it deep on the outside. J.R. Fitzpatrick right up on the back bumper of Stoddy.
So now it's side by side for Fitzpatrick and Dale Shaw as they go through 1 and 2 following Josh Stoddy. Caution flag. Back out again.
And when they go back to the last completed lap, it is going to put Dale Shaw second, Josh Stoddy first, I believe. The 84 of J.R. Fitzpatrick in third. Brandon Watson was falling backwards through this field. He was struggling with the handle on that number 9. And then he's battling for the 5th spot.
That's how you win a championship.
You're not kidding.
We saw that at Sabel. Oh, what's going on with Josh Stoddy?
What on earth just happened to Josh Stoddy?
Oh, wow.
And he was racing on the inside of Dale Shaw.
Guys, it is a serious problem. Looks like the upper A-arm or something has gone away. That wheel is a mess inside the wheel well there as the dejected crew is super frustrated. Man, what a horrible year. You can see that wheel flopping around in the wheel well, guys. they're not going to fix this one with 5 lug nuts.
Well, and he wants to be a little bit careful not to ignite anything in the left front corner of that car. He is building up a lot of heat and sparks.
We're going to try and get Ryan to get a shot of it as he rolls in here. It is wobbling horribly on that right front, or left front, sorry. And then you see it skid to a stop, and once they lift this one up, you're going to see, I think it's an upper or lower control arm has gone awry here on the 17 of Josh Stoddy. Crew going to work onto that left front. Yeah, I think it's a lower control arm based on where they're reaching in there. They're asking them to lift it up, and when they do, you're going to see this tire flop down like it's barely connected. Wow, guys, what can you say about Stoddy this year? He's had a horrible luck season, and there you see it as it flops around.
And he didn't panic. Dale Shaw took the lead. Stoddy was steady, just kept running his line, hitting his marks, and we looked from out the back of the pace truck right there halfway down the backstretch, Greg, and you called the sparks coming out from under the car.
Ryan, come on over here and get a look at it. It's lower control arm or lower ball joint has gone awry, and watch when they start to lift that hub up. It is free floating around there. They're trying to position the lower ball joint back in position, I think. If I had to guess, guys, I think it's the lower ball joint on this car. Now, it looks to be back in place as they look underneath to see what it is. But, man, tough break here for the Stoddy crew.
You know, it looks to be back in place. How the heck does it come out of place under yellow flag conditions?
Well, Adam, the ball joint comes up from the bottom. It has a nut on it on the top. If the nut comes off and the ball joint falls out the bottom, they may be able to get it in reposition, get that nut back on, and maybe make this one work. But we'll see if it's a broken. Yeah, they've got the ball joint in hand, so it looks like a broken ball joint on the lower side here of the 17 car.
Lots of chatter you can hear from the crew.
Paul Genioli Jr. down there laying on his back, trying to get that. Looks like they're trying to take the ball joint out to put a new one in. So you have to wonder if that old one stripped out and maybe took the nut right off the top when it did.
So they're going to get the big jack handle out for some extra leverage here to get that ball joint loose.
You know, there's no one you'd rather have working on your race car than Paul Genioli.
Well, this long caution has certainly helped them, but cars being told to double up, it's going to go away fast, boys.
You know what? At this point, it won't matter to Josh Stoddy. I mean, this was his race to win. They get it back together. He gets to restart at the back of the field. It doesn't matter. Once he came down pit road, his night was ruined.
Well, we'll follow this one. If we get a chance, we'll get in there with Josh, but looks like we're getting ready to go back to green. Guys, if we get him under racing, we'll get back to you.
Dale Shaw in the 83, J.R. Fitzpatrick in the 84. That is your front row working their way through 3 and 4. Then is the 22 of Pete Shepard, the 9 of Brandon Watson. 21 laps to go here at Sunset Speedway.
Sean Gibbs displays the green, and Dale Shaw rockets away down into corner number 1. J.R. Fitzpatrick on the inside of him. Here's Brandon Watson, Pete Shepard, the two of the top point contenders now side by side.
Off of turn number 4, Dale Shaw leads the way. J.R. Fitzpatrick still applying the pressure. Then it's Shepard and Watson side by side for third.
Another time down the backstretch with 80 complete, 20 laps left to go. Here in the Stewart's Equipment Kubota 100 at Sunset Speedway. Dale Shaw will lead another time by, but he's got J.R. Fitzpatrick all over the back end.
Whoa, Fitzpatrick down on the rumble strips to the inside, kicked up a little bit of dirt, kicked the car sideways. With 18 laps to go, Fitzpatrick starting to pick up the wick, but so is everybody else.
Shaw continuing to lead over Fitzpatrick, Shepard, Watson, and Joe Lawrence. He is on the lead lap. Remember, he was in the pits earlier, had the hood up on that 78. But he's up there in the top 5.
Never quit. Come down and do the work that needs to be done on that race car. And Joe Lawrence looking pretty sporty here as Brandon Watson with a problem.
The point leader slows up into the outside of corner number 4, and that will put us under the caution flag.
What a tough night for tires. I can only assume the right front is down on that 9, but it looks like it's holding air. I've never seen this car shooting across the racetrack as though they've got a flat tire, but they don't have a flat tire.
I think something in the rear suspension might be broken because the car's not shaking like it has a flat, but it does look like it's sitting down on the left rear a little lower, at least from this side of things.
You're right.
Yeah, I would agree, Brendan. Definitely just a little bit lower, but we'll watch and see where they go to work here as the Great Lakes Concrete 9 crew going to get set to roll.
Bizarre problems happening to these drivers tonight.
It was said at the beginning of the night, anything can happen, and it's happening tonight.
It's the unpredictability that makes this fun, because I know we've still got 17 laps left to go, but I have really enjoyed the style of racing we saw at Flamborough Speedway in the last race, and what we're seeing here tonight out of the APC series. It has been fun racing to watch.
Guys, I think it's the same problem we saw in the Danny Benedict car. The tire appears to be up, but it is soft here. I think they're going to go to work on this left rear, but they do have the jack stands out too, which tells me it's not a standard pit stop. Possibly a broken hub, guys?
The way that car shot straight across to the right, I can't see it being a broken hub. I could see it being a...
Well, if you had a drive flange that goes wrong, it's going to drive the car to the other side than the side that's broken, right? So we'll see what happens when they get this left rear off. But they've got both sides up on the car, and that tells us there's something serious under the rear end of the car.
We'll have a look from the drone. Lots of smoke out of the back end because the car had squatted right down.
Steve Lillico just shouting instructions to the team from under the car, trying to figure out what is wrong with it.
And we give you a good look at them working right under the car here as they try and find the way back to the Speedway surface. But just like Stoddy, his night is virtually over, guys. But coming into tonight as the leader, they've got to do everything they can to complete as many laps as they possibly can.
Yeah, the team definitely won't give up, but we see some of them rolling out from under that race car.
And you know, Adam, it's like the intensity just left the room. So maybe it's something more than they realize they can do here under yellow.
I couldn't have imagined it being a quick fix, that's for sure. We double this field up. The 1 to go signal will be given. Christmas may have just come early for Pete Shepard in that APC number 22.
I was just going to say that. He came in tonight 10 points behind Trayton Lapsovich, 20 behind point leader Brandon Watson, and now he's out there running in third while the other two have had their problems here tonight. So Pete Shepard looking good, and his teammate Joe Lawrence also 33 points out of the point lead. He's up there running in fourth, so this could really jumble things up heading into the final race.
Could shuffle the deck for sure. Let's see Dale Shaw last time got a great restart up on the outside. We'll see if J.R. Fitzpatrick a little bit quicker to the draw this time on the inside.
Slow and steady to the start, and Dale Shaw on that outside line gets a good launch at the start of this one. J.R. Fitzpatrick back there in that second spot, and it's Shepard and Lawrence door to door.
Wow, Shepard driving it deep down into the turn, wanting for J.R. Fitzpatrick to have a little bit more speed. He doesn't want to let the 78 of Joe Lawrence get around him. Lawrence in that 78, he has different plans. High, wide, and handsome.
I think right now Andrew Gressel's probably pretty happy. He's got Jordan House collecting points for him tonight as he's up into the top 5 now. The winner here earlier on in the year back in August.
Dale Shaw loving what he sees out of his rear view mirror, and that's Fitzpatrick and Lawrence side by side.
Guys, broken rear end mount for Watson. Broken rear end mount.
That's a new one for me.
Joe Lawrence on the outside of J.R. Fitzpatrick as Dale Shaw leads the way. This time by 87 laps complete, 13 to go on the scoreboard. Brandon Watson out there running through corner number 4. The leaders can see him through their windshield.
J.R. Fitzpatrick. Nobody has passed J.R. Fitzpatrick tonight. He's got to be wondering what the heck went on. He should be up there challenging for the lead, but he gets on those rumble strips again. The car gets out from under him, allows Joe Lawrence to really pull out ahead. But Fitzpatrick not giving up, keeps driving it deep down to the inside of the corner.
Side by side, they continue to go. J.R. Fitzpatrick and Joe Lawrence down the backstretch with Pete Shepard right behind them. Dale Shaw's got to be loving what he's seeing, those two racing side by side. And he's out in front with 10 laps left to go.
2 handfuls of laps remaining as J.R. Fitzpatrick again has mounted that challenge on Joe Lawrence. He drives it deep into turn number 3, trying to get the advantage on the 78. Lawrence leads that lap, or has the second spot at that lap.
Ryan Kimball gets by Connor James, but Connor James now will take another look at him down in corner number 3 as we continue to watch this battle for the second spot.
Fitzpatrick now clears the 78 of Lawrence. He's got about 10 car lengths to make up on the race leader, Dale Shaw. Slower traffic ahead of Shaw, and it is Brandon Watson in that number 9. Problems for Trayton Lapsevich. He's slow on the backstretch.
Dale Shaw works to the outside of Brandon Watson in the number 9 machine. J.R. Fitzpatrick cleared of Joe Lawrence, now trying to reel in the top spot. How about Jordan House? He's now worked into the 4th spot. Gets by Pete Shepard.
Even in traffic, J.R. Fitzpatrick a 1/10 of a second faster than the race leader that lap. We can see the gap closing between first and second. There's 5 laps to go.
Shaw across the stripe another time under the flag stand of Sean Gibbs, and J.R. Fitzpatrick is there. Back a car length off the rear deck lid of the 83 of Dale Shaw. 4 more circuits around this time by.
He's closing that gap. We can count a couple of car lengths between Shaw and Fitzpatrick with 4 laps to go.
Down through 1 and 2, they go another time. Side by side is Ryan Kimball with Pete Shepard back a little bit farther. He'll get by in now. Set by Shepard. Is that for position or is Kimball a lap down?
No, that's for position. Kimball again, another driver who pitted. They made adjustments. Oh, contact between Shaw and Fitzpatrick. J.R. Fitzpatrick not to be denied.
Dale Shaw hangs tough on the outside line as they roll it off at corner number 4. Fitzpatrick now from the back to the front on lap 98.
Dale Shaw sizing up that number 84, but J.R. Fitzpatrick with all sorts of speed. He'll take the lead down through 3 and 4. White flag in the air.
Final time around. J.R. Fitzpatrick, can he do it? Blew the motor in practice. They changed it, started from the rear 22nd spot. Here he goes with a half a lap to go.
Ryan Kimball trying to get a podium position as well. He'll drive to the inside of House for 3rd, but it's J.R. Fitzpatrick for the win. Dale Shaw 2nd. Jordan House hanging on for 3rd. Ryan Kimball, an amazing run to the finish, will finish 4th. Joe Lawrence rounds out the top 5. What a great display of short track racing, a textbook bump and run by J.R. Fitzpatrick on Dale Shaw.
Back to round number 2 at Flamborough Speedway. Shaw and Fitzpatrick ended up a late race incident. Both drivers didn't really talk to each other about it, and you got to wonder if Fitzpatrick just maybe got that receipt he was thinking about from back earlier this year.
And I'm sure Clinton can ask him, but that was a really nice bump and run. You know, it's not a dump, it's not a spin. It's get into the left rear corner, make that turn difficult for Dale Shaw and drive on by. J.R. Fitzpatrick with the checkered flag. And this is vindication for that crew. Look at that crew celebrate on the front stretch. They were dirty, they were hot and sweaty, changing engines in the pits, and they are rewarded with a celebration in victory lane.
For J.R. Fitzpatrick, he's got many a wins in his racing career as we watch that pass for the win as he gets by Dale Shaw in corner number 2. Many a checkered flags in his career, but I think we're going to see one of the most excited reactions from J.R. Fitzpatrick we've ever seen, because when you're in the lowest of the lows, like he said tonight, he couldn't even use clean words to describe 2021. When the high moments come after all that low water, it is going to be a sweet celebration for J.R. Fitzpatrick down in Victory Lane here at Sunset Speedway. Holdaway Motorsports, part of this victory as well.
And I'll have you note, Taylor Holdaway taking tire temperatures right now. Not celebrating. Immediately going to work on the car to get the notes he needs to continue to build that team's notebook.
See inside the car for J.R. Fitzpatrick. Clint talked to him earlier on in the night down on the starting grid. And I don't know if we could have imagined this happening
I don't know if JR could have imagined this happening. He has got the helmet off. He has got the gear off. Clinton Jeffrey is down there waiting. Let's send it down to Clint to get the reaction in victory lane.
Thanks a lot, guys. What fantastic action we saw here at Sunset, round number 7 for the APC Series. Yeah, J.R. Fitzpatrick vindicates the year he's had so far. We'll get him out of the car here as we gonna let him celebrate this one. Here he comes, Sunset Speedway. How about it for J.R. Fitzpatrick, your APC feature winner here tonight? Jumps into the crew's arms, so come around here and get the trophy as the victor. Also get the sticker on there, and we'll talk to J.R. Fitzpatrick about the season he's had. We'll watch him get his trophy there as the race winner. And come on over here and talk to us. Wow, JR, like we tell our buddies, talk to us for the right reasons, because you're in victory lane, not because you're in a wall in turn number 2. You've had a lot of those moments this year. First off, tell us what it means to be in victory lane after just what today was. Not to mention the whole season so far, but just what you went through today.
Oh, I know. Today was crazy. We went out and practiced and blew the motor in the first practice, and I was sitting over there thinking we were done, but Taylor had a motor, and he sent Brandon Johnson to Newmarket to get it, so I got to thank him for driving all that way. This little motor here, it's better than the one that blew up. We had a small vibration there, but, man, I got into Dale out right there, but I'm going for a win. I've had a year that nobody ever wants to have, and I'm going for it. I don't care anymore. People will do that to me, and that's just racing, short track racing. I just gave him a little shove, and I wanted that win so bad. And, man, at Sunset Speedway, of all places, I got to thank Dwayne Baker and Taylor, because they're Sunset Masters. They gave me the line around here. But, man, Taylor and his Holdaway Motorsports Group, all my guys from JR Motorsports Group, we worked all day on this car to get that motor back in, and I'm pumped.
You know, what does it mean to get a crew that helps you out along with your own crew? These guys were here checking tire temps and everything. They're working on the next race already, JR. They're not ready to celebrate this one.
Yeah, that's a cool combination about both our crews. We have a lot of experience, but I just need to do something different. And, man, I'll tell you, I think we're on to something. This is the best car I've ever had, definitely here, and one hell of a race. I hope you fans loved it.
Safe to say you're looking forward to Delaware now?
I am. We do a little bit of work there. I'm not very good there either, but I wasn't good coming here, so maybe we got another one coming.
Good job. J.R. Fitzpatrick gets it done, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move over here and talk to second and third.
Dale Shaw, that second place finisher, and Jordan House over standing at the window of Dale Shaw's car. I think Dale's tuckered out.
I don't know. I got other thoughts on that, but we'll get Dale over here to talk to us. Dale, you look like the car to beat today. You know, JR said he didn't mean to get any there, but he wasn't taking it short track racing. He's had a horrible year and needed this one. You know, I think you needed this one too. You must have felt good there in the last 10 to go, but you got to worry when these guys are behind you.
Yeah, that sucks.
No more words?
Just, man, it's been a while.
Let's talk about it, Dale. So it's been a while since you got it done. You got to take something out of this. You were fast today and had the best covered till 3 to go.
Yeah, we had a good car. I hit the wall all on my own about halfway through the race, and I think I bent something, and it kind of went away a little bit. But, man, I let him stop in the center of the corner of Delaware one year and kind of let him get away with the race. And I don't know. I don't know if he tried to pass me. We'll watch the video and stuff. But you're right, it is racing. Like, he didn't wreck me, and I'm not mad about that. I'm just mad because we're so close. We're so close, and we'll get one soon.
Understandable, Dale. Enjoy that one if you can, any way you can. Get over here and talk to our third place finisher. Jordan, what a run for you. You got to be happy with how this one worked out for you tonight.
Yeah, it turned out a lot better than I thought it was going to. We had, and then we had the left front tire was locking up in qualifying, so I figured we'd be running around the back most of the night. I lost brakes really early for the most part, and I was driving down the straightaway pumping them, but I can't be upset where we finished tonight.
APC's been good to you at Sunset. Jordan House gets it done for third, Dale Shaw second, and how about it for your feature winner tonight? J.R. Fitzpatrick finally gets the monkey on his back, guys. We'll send it up to you to take us home with a full field rundown.
Top 3 finishers on the front straightaway, I can't help but notice they've all got fathers who had pretty rich histories in the sport of motorsports as well. Of course, Paul House, John Fitzpatrick, and Jason Shaw. So second-generation talent, third generation in the case of Dale Shaw. Just something I noticed.
So J.R. Fitzpatrick does it, as Clinton says, gets the monkey off his back and gets the win over Dale Shaw and Paul House crossing the line in third. And then we'll get a full field rundown here. Ryan Kimball crosses the line in fourth. Joe Lawrence fifth. Sixth goes to Pete Shepard. Good points night for him. Connor James rallies back to finish seventh. Good finish as well for him. Shea Gemmel, we documented his problems to start the night, back there in eighth. Matt Pritico ninth and Jake Sheridan 10th.
Got to say, Ryan Kimball, that is probably the most spirited fourth-place finish I've seen. I think they'll be pretty satisfied with that.
Tyler DiVincenzo gets a good solid 13th finish here tonight. Good for him.
Matt Box, after making about 12 pit stops in that race, that 27 car was on pit road a lot. He comes home 11th. Brandon Watson 16th. This is going to turn the point standings upside down. Trayton Lapsevich down in 19th. Josh Stoddy, this may have been his race to win, but we will never know as he comes home 20th.
And then at the line, James Horner and Gord Shepard completing the running order with 22 cars in the finishing running order here tonight at Sunset Speedway. Guys, a fantastic night of racing. We saw a little bit of everything, a bump and run for the win, and just another good night at Sunset.
I don't think we destroy a car tonight?
No.
That's two races in a row. And we did have a lot of yellows, but they were spins. That's the kind of yellows that you want. You don't want to see cars getting destroyed, expensive repairs. Look at those cars on the front stretch. There's barely a mark on any of them, and all three of them, two of them had to come through the field. Dale Shaw pretty much stayed near the front most of the night, but Jordan House in the 8, the 84, J.R. Fitzpatrick, they were in the midst of those battles all night long.
So that will do things from here at Sunset Speedway. Thanks for joining us again tonight, Brendan. Great job, as always. Well, that will do it. Thanks to all of our G-Force crew. And on behalf of Clinton, Jeffrey, and Adam Ross, my name's Greg Kellman saying so long. We'll see you next time here on G-Force TV. Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.